Hello, and welcome everybody. Welcome to the debate dissection. I apologize that it's been a week. I was actually completely and utterly useless last week and didn't get it done. No excuses. But Ember sort of said, "Hey, you should do the next one," which I really appreciate. And so I want to introduce my co-host and the wonderful human that is Ember. And that is not the button I went to press.
Hello.
I'm sorry. I just threw
Pesky
Ember
buttons.
from the studio. Yeah, absolutely. Get rid of him. I don't need a co-host. Get rid of them
Right.
all.
Yeah.
That would be my bad. Look, over the last yesterday when Stephanie was doing her stream, I felt like death. I don't know. I don't know whether I contracted the plague or maybe leprosy. I don't know what's been happening because I haven't
Yeah,
been
could be
like
leprosy.
well, maybe I need a Jesus to heal me. Maybe that's what I need. There is a Jesus, as we were just talking about in Australia. So cat Jesus, yeah, even better.
Cat Jesus
Um,
will heal you.
yeah. So yeah, I don't know. I haven't been like particularly like sneezing or coughing or anything like that, but just I feel like my kidney's been punched and just so little
Mm.
energy. I've been sleeping so much, but I feel a bit better today, and so hopefully we can because this debate it well, how are you first off? I know
Um.
you've sort of been a little bit tired because the kids drain your energy like the evil parasites they are.
No, they're great. I've been overdoing it. I've been going whole hog on trying to finish off the Shroud video. My car's still down, so I've been walking all over town and trying to put in applications for places that are within walking range. But life, yay. But I got my cold medicine, and my
Oh,
coffee.
that's good.
So
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, that's great. So today we're doing the Matt Dillahunty and Daniel Hiqiqatjou
Oh,
debate,
is that
which
today?
was
I have a
oh,
thing. I'll catch you later.
okay. So yeah, I've got somebody in the back who can probably take over. So
Oh, replacing me
that's fine.
already.
Yeah,
I see
yeah.
how it is.
Why not? I mean, just, um, I don't know if you saw this one live. I did. It was well. I think I did see part of it live, and part of it I just watched the rest of it. But it was one where
Mm.
um, so I want to prefix this first off. I want to prefix it really hard that if I say and I know there might be a lot of Matt Dillahunty people in the audience, and I do have
Mm-hmm.
not criticisms but things I would do differently. So if I say, hey, I would do this instead, I'm not disparaging Matt's performance. I think he did incredibly well considering the total malice and just dickishness of the. I'm really sorry. There's no other way to sort of describe it. Just the complete dickishness of the person he was debating. Daniel was an absolute prick. Um,
As
just
usual.
things yeah, and we all have our different styles. So if I do sort of say, "Hey, this is what I would have done," I'm not criticizing Matt at all. As I've said before, I don't think there's one style to debate. I don't think anyone's right or wrong for what they do. They just have different styles. Some styles are more effective for some people. Other styles are more effective for other people. I'm certainly not, I'm nobody. I'm not going to question. Matt Dillahunty's a fantastic debater. I'm certainly not going to sort of say, "Hey, he has to change his style." He's doing fine without my advice. Let me tell you. But the idea of this is that we do sort of criticize and say how this could be better. The other disclaimer is it's really easy for people afterward to sit here and go, hey, they should have done this or they should have done that. I get it all the time. And I understand what it is. It's sort of, hey, here's how you can improve. And I take it as such. So, I don't get snippy with people that say, hey, you could have improved your debate performance by doing this. I will take it on board. Sometimes I disagree, sometimes I agree. But it's very easy after the fact to say, hey, you could have done this, you could have done that. That's,
Mm-hmm.
hindsight for you. So don't take it as, hey, we know better than Matt Dillahunty or we're better than Matt. No, definitely not. It's just we have the luxury of being able to watch it twice or three times in my case, because I had to sort of go through and sort of, analyze it, which when you're sitting in a debate, you don't have that luxury. You've got to,
Mm-hmm.
come up with it on the spot, which if you've never been in a debate, it is a lot harder than it looks. And the better the debater, the easier it looks. So Matt makes it look easy. It's not, especially when someone is being this dickish. There's no other way to describe it. Like seriously, it's and I will be pointing that out. Yep, that's probably about that level of dickishness. Yes, that is about the level of a dick. So he was being a complete Dick Nixon. And yeah, yeah.
Honestly, I don't even think Nixon. I mean, Nixon did some horrible things, but if the so-called Muslim skeptic got his way, the world would be a really bad place.
Right, right. And I also want to introduce my good friend who's joining us for this debate. It's Doc Dino, who, if you want to drop out Ember, I'm sure Doc can take your place and be twice as good, probably at least,
Oh, no
so
doubt. I am
no
terrible at
doubt.
these.
Look, wait a minute. How are you, Doc? How are you doing?
Well, hey, howdy, hey, and I heard the little emphasis on my human co-host Ember. No heart taken. I'm crying a little on the inside, but okay. Otherwise,
All good?
I'm fine. I'm fine.
Oh, good, good. Yeah, tricky dick. And it's good to see Daniel, who's a fellow Western Australian, in the comments. Yeah, I haven't seen many Western Australian people, so it's a pleasure to meet you, pleasure to see you, and it's good to see somebody from my state. It's a weird little state.
Woo.
It is the Texas of Australia, the world's biggest country town. Yeah, it's an odd place, but lovely people. So if you ever want to visit Australia. You know what? I probably wouldn't recommend visiting Perth, although it's not bad. I'd probably go up north or down south. There's like amazing resorts up north, and there's amazing wineries and chocolatiers and just all kinds of stuff down south. So,
Ooh,
I would
snacks.
recommend that. Yeah, basically adult snacks. Like, let's face it, that's really what we're after.
See, where can I try kangaroo jerky? Or is that just
just about anywhere? Yeah, so kangaroos sort of. I was explaining to somebody that kangaroo appears in our coat of arms, and we also eat it, which is unusual. The emu appears in our coat of arms, and we also eat that, which is doubly unusual. So, yeah, kangaroo is sort of, you can find kangaroo almost everywhere because it has to be. It sort of disrupts the ecosystem.
It's like the white-tailed deer of Australia. An emu is just the birdie white-tailed deer.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. There's a relationship between deer. You can see if you look at the skull of a kangaroo and the skull of a deer. They're not that distantly related. Kangaroo just they're a little more punchy.
Well, I think actually that's convergent evolution, because they are distant. They're very, very dissimilar. One's a marsupial and one's a mammal.
Sure.
I mean, just speaking as someone who's worked with both of their skeletons, there are some similarities, but they are very much completely different animals.
Right. Yeah, and it's interesting that you sort of go into the genetics of what makes a. What word am I thinking of, Doc? Help me out. It's when you have a mammal that a placental mammal, and I've forgotten the word, and I've completely forgotten it. God damn it! This is going to drive me crazy.
Eutherian.
Eutherian. Thank you so much. Yeah. So eutherians versus marsupials. It's down to an endogenous retrovirus getting into their lineage that sort of made us eutherians. Didn't get into the kangaroo lineage. It's absolutely fascinating where it all comes from. So it's really cool.
But it's interesting. There are other very subtle different. Well, in some cases, but subtle differences in the skeletons. Like marsupials have an entirely different bone that mammals just don't have in the hips.
Yeah.
Or sorry, that placental mammals don't have in the hips.
Yeah.
Hips don't lie.
Yeah, well, they really don't.
Have you seen this debate before, Doc?
I saw the first 30 minutes of it, and then I had to get back to work.
That was the quiet part. That was the
tape.
What I did is I started to go through and cut out pieces of the introductions, and that was fine. I tried to do roughly the same amount. I cut out the middle section, because the middle section really wasn't a debate. It was just more, Matt agreeing with Daniel that, hey, Islam is compelling to some people, or whatever. It really wasn't a debate.
And we should preface that this was a weird debate because it was actually 3 debates in one.
It was 3.
They each did
2.
Yes.
Yeah, they did one topic the first hour, and then a completely separate debate the second hour, and then a completely separate debate the third hour.
It all went into, is Islam true, right? So that was the overarching thing. Is Islam true? The first debate was, is there compelling evidence for Islam? The second one was, Islam. I can't remember exactly what it was. Is Islam more compelling?
Is it better
than
for
other
society than
religions?
secular humanism?
That was the last one, right? That was the
Okay.
last topic. The middle one was is Islam more compelling than other religions, right? So it was sort of, does Islam appeal to people more than other religions? Which, so to me, it doesn't really matter if it's more appealing or not. Like, I want to know whether it's actually true, not sort of, But I think Hiqiqatjou set it up like this because he has something that he's doing. And while being incredibly dishonest, it is actually effective what he's trying to do. And you can and I'll sort of point out what he's trying to do and why he's doing it in this way. So it was 3 debates. It was about 3 hours. I got it down to an hour 16. I cut the questions off the end and stuff, but you'll be able to see the absolute garbage fire this got out. Well, I cut the introductions, and then by the time I got up to the main part of the first section, I was like, you know what, all of this is good. Like, all of this just, like, I really wanted to keep as much as possible. But I'll get it up, and without further ado, unless you've got any other pre-debate thoughts to add.
We should be able to take it from here.
I think Modern Day Debate today put up a short talking about child marriage from this debate, and if that's actually accurate, I'm scared.
There have been a couple.
Well, Daniel has often, and his position on it has been sort of, if a girl is sort of mature enough physically to have children, then she is of the age to marry, which I vehemently disagree with, and I think it's a disgusting position to hold.
Oh yeah, that's terrifying.
Yeah, so you can get children that sort of have early puberty, but they are in no position to consent or decide whether they should get married or have any kind of intimate relationship. Like, come on now, that is disgusting. But he sort of has stood by that. The interesting part is he didn't stand by it tonight. He just sort of danced around it, backed away from it. But it also wasn't the topic of the debate tonight. So I probably wouldn't have brought it up. Matt sort of got angry and wanted to hit him with something. And it sort of show how morally bankrupt the man is. I probably wouldn't have brought it up, but Matt wanted to smack him one, and he sure did. I don't think he came
to be fair, like, having the position Daniel has is just, as an older brother, it makes my skin absolutely crawl.
Oh, look, I'm not even an older brother of a girl. I've only got one brother, they're older than me, but it still makes my skin crawl. I've got nieces, I've got, people that I know that are, that's horrible.
I've got 3 younger sisters. I wouldn't trust them around any of them.
Look, and even if it was a male child, I wouldn't trust like a 14-year-old boy to be able to make responsible decisions. Why the hell would I allow them to get married? That's ridiculous.
Oh, absolutely. There's full-grown adults that have no business being parents.
Well, we've got to at some point say, hey, this is the limitation where you are responsible for your own behavior. Now, that might vary with individual to individual, but at some point we've got to go, okay, at this age, we're all responsible for what we do. And that happens, or at least to be in most.
Yeah, right, it's a whole discussion, but the TLDR is if we don't pick an arbitrary age line, then we have to do what? Give people a citizenship test to see if they can get a license to reproduce or something? Like, what other criteria do you replace it with? None of them are good.
Mandatory chastity belts.
I mean, I can get behind that.
Yeah, well, the cynical part of me says, yes, some people need mandatory chastity belts. The sort of secular humorist part of me says you can't impose that on people. You can't impose what you believe on people if you can't demonstrate that it's actually doing harm. So, there's been young mothers and young fathers that have raised very productive members of society and have done a good job. So I can't sort of say, oh, I know that if that happens, you're not going to raise a decent person. But we know the harm it does to children when they have these interactions when young. It does significant, accessible, evident harm to these children, and that isn't even debatable. You know, it's just Hiqiqatjou is kind of, his position has been in the past, well, it's good for society, so it, you know, doesn't really matter. It's good for Islam. It's good, you know, and justifying it with Islam. It's very, very disgusting.
Yeah.
Because if he wants that law, I don't see, you know, move to a country where that's the minimum age. So don't.
Well,
try
that's
and impose
actually one of the reasons he lives in the U.S. because, fun fact, child marriage is legal in 43 states in the U.S.
That's
7
true,
states don't even
With
have a minimum
parental
age.
consent.
It is actually easier to marry a child in the U.S. than in an Islamic country.
And I heard, and correct me if I'm wrong, Amber, I heard that it was the Republicans, the righteous conservatives, that were preventing those laws from being changed, from having, you know, child marriage laws, which sort of shows their hypocrisy. Protect the children.
Yeah. Well, it's a family value, religious something. I want to marry your 8-year-old daughter, whatever. It's this country's got issues, but that's a whole other topic.
Yeah, and so I mean, this isn't the topic, the whole other topic. I think that there was plenty to hit Daniel with without going into this realm. I'm not saying that what Matt did was wrong. He wanted to hit him, and boy, did he hit him. But I personally, I try to take the view of, well, let's address the points brought up. I think that, and I may be wrong on this, but I think that sort of going to another point that wasn't brought up does make you look a little weak. And Daniel, that's what he was counting on, in my opinion. And I'll point it out. He says, oh, you know, you have no argument, so you're changing the topic. I don't think that's why Matt was doing it, but I do think he sort of, you know, he was pandering to his audience by doing that. Okay, I'll get it started, Ross. We're never going to begin. And whatever's it.
The first of the 3 topics is there evidence of God? And by that, for me, as we saw a little bit in the previous debate, is objective, verifiable facts that are consistent with a proposition. I promise I'm not going to go through everything that we went through in the previous debate, but there's a reason why we look for objective, verifiable facts, and that's because subjective, unverifiable suspicions just aren't a reliable path to truth.
So that's what his preface is. That's what he basically, like, put it up. Okay, so why do we go for this kind of evidence that's verifiable and objective? It's because unverified and subjective is bad evidence. It's useless. And I just want to, you know, make a point. He never really comes back to this. He never really says, hey, why should we take unverified subjective evidence as evidence, kind of thing. And sort of, I want to have a discussion with you guys a bit later on what is evidence and how do we classify evidence and how do we analyze evidence. But what is evidence? What comprises of evidence?
Your God doesn't interact with reality in a detectable
That's a fun
way,
discussion.
then you cannot claim to have detected it. You must.
Yeah. It's an interesting discussion because is my claim seeing a UFO evidence? Well, yeah, but what's it evidence of? This becomes the secondary question. Is it evidence that I saw a UFO? It kind of is, right? It kind of, is it good evidence? No, it's absolutely terrible evidence. You know, just me saying, hey, I saw a UFO is ridiculously bad evidence. I don't know why you'd believe anything on that.
Well, according to J. Warner Wallace, that's the very best evidence because it's the only thing that counts as direct evidence.
Yeah. I have an opinion, but I'll save it for the actual discussion.
Yeah, okay.
Whole rabbit hole.
Yeah, no, I get you. It's just, you know, it all depends on what you mean by evidence.
Show a mechanism by which you have detected what appears to be the undetectable. There's a reason that courtrooms, at least in most of the modern world, no longer accept spectral evidence of magic and things like that. Science.
So this is interesting because spectral evidence. Are you familiar with this concept?
Yeah, this is it was one of the famous parts of the Salem witch trials where witnesses would get on the stands and say, oh, the spirits tell me this, or I saw a ghost do that, or I'm channeling the you know, this dead person and that guy killed me, and all this.
Yeah.
How do you prove any of it's real?
I've never heard the term, but I understand what he means.
Yeah, so a lot of it was, and during the Salem witch trials, a lot of it was, I'm being spiritually attacked by these women, right? Because I can feel my spirit being drained, or I have dreams in which they attack me kind of thing. So a lot of it is just an emotional response to, well, quite probably, a lot of feelings about these women in their village who the older women and men probably didn't like too much. They probably just didn't like the women. Court judges said later that they were wrong in what they did, and that is the time. You're exactly right, Ember. So that's amazing. That's the time when the court said, hey, no more spectral evidence, no more dreams, no more feelings, no more visions, no more of this evidence that is not based somewhere in physicality, or at least sort of empirical evidence.
Yeah, we actually came very close to losing eyewitness testimony entirely at that point, because there was a powerful movement within the judges of the United States to say only evidence that you can hand me, show me, explain to me, demonstrate should ever be applied. But then, people were like, what about witnesses? Like, we need those.
Today, even today, like I've heard many times from different lawyers that eyewitness testimony is considered one of the weakest forms of evidence you could have.
Oh, it is, yes.
Because anyone can make up a story, so it's usually only really allowed if your testimony corroborates or is supported by existing evidence.
Oh, it's you don't even have to make up a story. Like another YouTube channel, Legal. Almost everybody's seen it in their feed at some point, because the algorithm tries to show you. He recommends people actually watch My Cousin Vinny, because that is a great primer on exactly what's wrong with eyewitness testimony. A person can be intending to be as honest as possible, and they get a person's outfit wrong, or they're looking in the wrong direction, or they saw the suspect on the wrong day, or any number of little mistakes, and you got to be able to sort that out, or the wrong person looks guilty.
And the frustrating thing
we were sharing memes about it earlier today, but see also Ace Attorney.
Well, the problem is also that police are aware of this. When they take down sort of eyewitness accounts, they're aware of just how contradictory they can be, how unreliable people can be as eyewitnesses. There's a reason why forensics is a thing. And they prefer forensics, or at least they do. But so it really annoys me when police are sort of relying on one witness kind of thing and manage to convict somebody. I think that that is sort of, the police know just how unreliable one witness can be. That you really want people to corroborate details, as Ember was saying, or even better, have some sort of physical evidence there. We don't allow hearsay either. We don't allow, hey, I heard them say this kind of thing. I heard them say they would rob the store, because our senses are so fallible, and we can misinterpret things. We can get them wrong. We can misunderstand context. There's so much wrong with sort of just relying on eyewitness testimony. I think we've made our point.
Yeah, I mean, we all know that Stacy's mom has got it going on.
He is a very nice person.
Wasn't that a song?
Yes, it was a song reference.
Yeah, it's a pop culture reference.
Okay, I'm not surprised I missed it then.
Science doesn't make proclamations of certainty.
And this is important. Science doesn't make proclamations of certainty. No, it doesn't.
Not absolute certainty. I don't even think that it makes approximations to certainty. Science creates models that are the best representation of a construct that describe the available facts. It's important that people understand a couple of basic things about logical arguments and logical fallacies.
Okay, I skip past this because most people understand logical arguments, logical fallacies. It sort of goes in soundness versus validity. If a structure of a syllogism is logical and doesn't contain any flaws, then the syllogism is valid. If the premises are true or most likely true, then that valid syllogism becomes sound, i.e. the conclusion ought to be accepted on the basis that those premises are true. He goes through a few of them, argument from popularity, sort of just a few we're all familiar with kind of thing. I think he's sort of setting up here to sort of say, hey, these are the fallacies that Daniel might be using. So what's interesting about this, and I wanted to point this out, why is Matt going first?
Yeah, Matt mentioned that
Right.
himself on a couple of his shows, including on his own channel, where he does after the fact
Ooh.
reviews of his own debates. That was Daniel's thing because Daniel got to pick the topics and insist on the 3 1 hour things, and all the stuff was Daniel's. So when James said, "Who wants to go first?" normally the positive side goes first, but Daniel was
Correct.
like,
Yes.
Matt can go first. I'll give him that one. So
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
it's
I
just
kind of
screwy.
assumed. So Matt Dillahunty, and I was going to put this in the description. Actually, I'll go and get it while I'm talking here. Matt Dillahunty did a sort of overview of performance. I didn't watch it. I didn't want to sort of spoil what I thought by being influenced by Matt. I'm going to watch it after this and see his interpretation of it. But I wanted to
Well,
sort of
I should warn you, that's only part one, and he's
oh
anticipating 4 parts. The first part was
wow
just
okay
his overall thoughts and impressions. The next part will get into part one of the debate, and then part two will have its own part, and so on. At
right.
least that's the plan.
Oh, that's fine. I'm more than happy with a deep dive into it because we are sort of just going along pretty surface level. This is a
Mhm.
debate where you could go into everything with a fine
Mm.
tooth comb, and sort of this is the reason why I picked it because it has got so much right with it and so much wrong with it all at the same time. It is a
Mhm.
treasure trove of right and wrong, basically things that are good and things that are absolutely nightmarishly terrible. Um, so, and I'm not attributing everything Daniel says is terrible and everything Matt says is right. No, I don't think that. I think it's just um, so the reason why I say that I've been running into and with my debates recently I've been running into theists not debating the topic. Instead, they are burning the chess table down. They are destroying your foundation for literally everything. They
Oh,
don't want
not
to
even
debate
being
the
a
topic.
pigeon.
Well, they don't want to debate the topic. They want the topic not to be debated. So they're taking these tactics to not allow debate.
Hmm.
It's what we encountered with the pre-subs. Um, and I said after this debate, oh, great, we've now got to contend with Muslim pre-subs kind of thing. They're starting to do the same thing. It's like we can't win on a level playing field. So instead, let's just burn the field, so nobody can
Hmm.
stand on it. Let's just totally destroy everything. And
As long as we can get enough memes to make our own click videos after the fact, because that's
right,
literally
right.
what Daniel thrives on, is just sound
Yeah.
bites and making a big deal out of taking things out of context.
Oh yeah,
Mhm.
and I think he got a lot to work with on this one. He
Mm-hmm.
has like he even yeah. Anyway, I'll wait till we get to it, but yeah, there's something that he's doing to make it seem like he's the victim. He's got a victim complex, like a lot of theists do, and boy, does he work it in this debate. He works it so hard. I will find that Matt Dillahunty thing and put it in the chat. So I really want people to watch Matt's view of it because, of course, he was there. I wasn't. Um,
Mhm.
you know that is demonstrable. I definitely wasn't there. So I think that sort of seeing his point of view, and but the only reason I didn't watch it is because I didn't want to influence what I'm saying with what Matt is saying. So that's the only reason.
Sure. And
Fallacy
on the
does not
top,
mean
oh,
Go for it.
sorry. On the topic of why Matt going first. Granted, I've only been in a couple debates, so I could be wrong on this, but I feel like going first allows you some degree of control over where the conversation goes.
I
Like you
think
can bring
so.
up a topic, and if your opponent doesn't address it, you can point that out when it's your turn to talk again.
Well, that's
And it
what I
lets you
would have
steer it.
done. That's probably what I would have done, and I get that. Yes, it's just as it played out. I think that instead, um, and with a complete lack of even a bat of an eyelid in shame, Daniel just did meta debate. He wanted to debate about the
Mm.
meta, not the actual subject. So you can see him go one level back and then argue about, so if the topic is evidence for Islam, then you're going one step back and arguing about what is evidence, kind of thing. And
Sure.
then made the debate about sort of that instead of, the actual evidence kind of thing. And don't get me wrong, there's always it's always good to have some sort of small part of meta in a debate, because you've got to agree on what evidence is, what kind of thing. But he just wants the entire debate, and that's where I think it's dishonest, because he wasn't interested in getting to sort of presenting evidence or showing any evidence. He just wanted to shut down the conversation, and I think he's doing that on purpose.
Sure. And I don't know, maybe it's just like a hypothetical, like how I would like to do things, but I feel you should agree on your definitions before the debate and go over them before the openings start, so the audience knows what you're talking about.
Yeah, they could barely agree on the topic of the debate, much less definitions. That is not going to work, unfortunately.
Fair.
Like, I get what you're saying. And in fact, I have been, like, when I started to argue with somebody I was going to debate, they actually wanted to debate on definitions before the actual debate, which is just getting into a level of silliness that I just went, yeah, no, you're right. I don't have to do that. It's silly. But,
nobody's got time for definition debates.
Right.
That the conclusion
you should agree beforehand.
Well,
when possible.
Well, I mean, honestly, when you're doing the debate, you probably should present your definitions. I try to, as much as possible, present my definitions for stuff. So if there is a contention, you can say, hey, this is why I think my definition is the better definition. And then you can work around it. But, sometimes I think Matt's working with his definition of evidence, which is nothing wrong with that. But as we'll see, Daniel doesn't like his definition of evidence. And I think that is part of the problem. But I don't think any reasonable definition of evidence Daniel would be happy with, especially not compelling. And I want you to focus on this word compelling, because it comes up as well.
False. Yeah. That would be the fallacy to assert that something is false because it's fallacious. All it means is that you cannot reliably, you should not be convinced it is true because it does not follow from the facts or from the premises. And there are a number of different arguments for the existence of God, some of which are ones where they attempt to support it by evidence. Others, it's just, hey, it's a philosophical argument and we're going to look at a couple of premises. What you've heard many times from people are things like, oh, if there's a painting, we know there's a painter, or arguments from design, teleological arguments, and anthropic principles. And
so I think at this point, Daniel's going, oh, okay, so he's countering all of the usual arguments up front. So how do I get this so that Matt's at a disadvantage? Because he's already countering the arguments. So I think that's where he either planned to do it ahead of time, or he basically goes, well, I'm going to burn the board down. If I can't win, I'll just make it so no one can win.
The thing is, it almost doesn't matter in a logical argument if the premises are actually true as much as whether or not you accept that they're true. Because if you accept that the premises are true and the logic is valid and the argument's valid in structure, and you reject the conclusion, you are irrational. You are unreasonable. You are in conflict with the basics of logical reasoning. But when we're evaluating...
So, spoiler alert, Daniel doesn't like logic.
Doc.
Yeah.
The evidence for a claim, you have to evaluate the facts.
But, sorry, did you say Doc, Ember?
With your proposition.
No, shock. As in, I'm completely shook. No, I'm people who've been on my channel know I'm well familiar with how much Daniel is not a fan of logic or even reality. Like famously, after a debate with Aaron Raw last November, Daniel made a claim about, the atheists want everyone to get in the pod and eat the bugs and all that crap. Daniel retreated back to his channel and he found proof of his claim. He found Hashem El-Gailis. He's a futurist who makes cartoons about what the future could be like, maybe. And Daniel found one of those about pod babies, ectogenesis. And because he's not a skeptic, he went this is absolutely true. This is happening right now. And he made a big video proving how the arrogant atheist Aaron Raw is completely wrong because this is happening right now. And I'm like, you jackass. How dare you call yourself a skeptic?
Well, I mean, exogenesis could solve the abortion discussion kind of thing. It would be a way around it. There's other problems
Oh, sure,
associated
there's
when it
lots of
comes up.
pluses, but the point is
Yeah,
it was a hypothetical
right.
cartoon, and Daniel
Yeah.
was like, this is happening right now. This is proof I'm right.
Well, Daniel, like a lot of theists, he doesn't let reality get in the way of a good straw man. He will find anything to pump that straw man full of straw, even if that is a humorous cartoon that sort of is just talking about a plausible outcome of our technology. I mean, he's not even saying that it's possible or whether it's even likely. He's just saying, hey, this is plausible that exogenesis is a thing. It amazes me that sort of people that are complaining about the lowering birth rates and stuff are sort of decrying technology that's apparently solves that problem. I don't understand it. It's very very weird.
And like personally, I'd love if it became a thing within my lifetime, because it's probably one of the only ways I can really have kids.
Sure. Yeah, and it could solve a lot of people not being able to have kids. I totally get it. With the abortion debate, it would solve the whole problem of bodily autonomy, because you could have bodily autonomy and not kill a or sort of terminate a embryo at the same time. It would sort of make those two things reconcilable. However, there's other problems, like who would raise the baby from that point? Would it be the state raising it? Is that something we should do? Is it that is anybody that claims it able to raise it? Well, can churches just claim these babies? Is that something we should allow? Right. So it brings out forth a whole load of other problems, but it would give parents who are sterile and trying to adopt a way to do so, and it would solve the problem of, well, abortion terminates the embryo. So I actually think it's a good idea. We can work around these problems. We can create some systems for how these children are brought up. At the end of the day, though, I would certainly advocate more for preventative solutions to that, which lowering education and sort of doing abstinence is not going to solve. We know that won't solve it. So
yep. I know it's icky, evangelicals, but teach your kids about sex. Maybe then you can stop being the largest demographic for abortions.
Yeah, and there's a reason why.
At least in the US.
We have sex education for a reason, and it's because the kids without a knowledge of it are the ones most in danger. There is nothing like ignorance ignorance of the thread is sort of the most dangerous position to be in. It's not to encourage it. And they think, oh, it would encourage. No, it doesn't. In fact, if anything, sort of telling them about the pain of childbirth, the commitment required to a child, all of the associated things is going to put them off, because they're armed with a knowledge of what exactly they're up for.
You mean if I do this, then I could be putting my entire future career at risk? Oh, I better avoid that.
Yeah, and so but what telling them, hey, God's going to be mad, but God will forgive, is not a good idea. It just isn't.
Evidence supports some alternative hypothesis. For example, if there is a God and he created grass, some people might look at the grass and say, every blade of grass is proof of the creator. No, it's not. Because if there's not a God, or that's not the right God, if pixies created grass, or if evolution is the explanation for why we have grass, then the grass is evidence for each of those equally, which means it's evidence for none of them until you can demonstrate why it is connected to one and not the others. If you're accused of a crime and you wind up in a courtroom, quite often they'll ask about, they'll try to demonstrate that you have motive, means, and opportunity. And so if we were to evaluate God, and we'll probably get into definitions about God a little bit later, but generally speaking, God is being accused of existing, and I'm finding God not guilty. Actually, I don't think the district attorney should bring the case anyway, because we haven't established that the case is worth trying. There are a number of things that people believe. Ghost stories, old wives' tales, the farmer's almanac.
Yeah, just as a side note, I love this courtroom analogy, because he puts down motive, means, and opportunity. He does it in his introduction. It's a shame he doesn't. Well, in my opinion, it's a shame he never returns to it during the debate and say, "Hey, this is how your argument falls in with this courtroom analogy idea." Right. So I'll sort of point out where he could have led it back to the courtroom analogy and sort of do a reductio ad absurdum. And a reductio ad absurdum is just taking your argument, putting it in a certain set of circumstances and showing that the entailments of that argument are completely absurd. And it's a good opportunity to do so if you can, because you can show why the argument doesn't hold up, because it's absolutely absurd.
Yeah, it'd be cool if Matt did bring that up and use that against Daniel. But a thing I've noticed about Matt's debates is that in his openings, he likes to take his intellectual backpack and open it up and take out all the tools that he has to familiarize the audience, so that if he needs one later, he can just grab it and use it. But he may not need it. It all depends on how things go.
Oh yeah, I've got no problem with that. I think he could have used that particular. And don't forget, like I said in the introduction, it's very easy for me to sit here and say, "Hey, you could have used that tool." After I've watched it twice and analyzed it, it's very easy for me to say that. It's very much harder to do on the fly. I'm just pointing out that he could have gone back to this analogy, plugged what Hiqiqatjou is saying into the analogy, and see what comes up. Like, in our legal system, would it be okay if this happened? If people were convicted on the basis of what Hiqiqatjou is offering? And almost everybody would say, well, no, that's not okay. And so I think there was a missed opportunity to sort of say, hey, let's plug this in and see what some of the outcomes are. And I'll sort of get more into that when Hiqiqatjou talks, because he's really... his idea about evidence is frigging terrible.
And all sorts of people believe that they have strong evidence for it because they go through a process of prioritizing evidence. If you think that the Bible or the Quran is the ultimate foundation of truth, and then what's in there is going to lead you to truth, or that it's more likely to be true than not, that will bias your ability to assess the information as to whether or not it's consistent with that. If I'm on trial for murder and they can't produce a body, they might still be able to convict me. If they can't produce a weapon, they might still be able to convict me. They could show that I have means, motive, and opportunity, and I might still be innocent, and they might not be able to convict me, because means, motive, and opportunity are only part of the evidence for this. When it comes to God, there's no demonstration that I'm aware of, maybe we'll hear one, that God is a candidate explanation for anything. There is an assertion that God has the means to do whatever he wants by claiming that he's omnipotent or all-powerful, or at least sufficiently powerful. But where's the demonstration that God exists and is all-powerful? So the means is an assertion that's unjustified as far as I can tell. The motive seems to largely be ignored. I don't know why any God would create anything, certainly not anything inferior. Why would it create flawed things? And by making God spaceless and timeless, they're going to give him the opportunity. But these are assertions that aren't supported by evidence.
I think this is brilliant. This is brilliant by Matt, because he's using this courtroom analogy to go means, motive, and opportunity. They give God any means. It doesn't matter. Like, you're giving him a blank check to be able to do anything. So anything can be explained by God. It has really low explanatory power, because that's like sort of saying, this millionaire, did he commit a crime? Did he kill somebody? Well, he has the means. He could have paid and, bribed people. And when you give somebody any means whatsoever, right, the evidence becomes very weak, because you're not showing means. You're not showing, like, in any way how it's done. The motive, I think he's sort of on, he sort of said, well, they sort of ignore that one. I don't think they do. But they more just sort of say, hey, you can't know the motive. So how do they claim they know the motive? There's a lot of people out there claiming that they don't know the motives for God, and then telling you the motives for God. A whole load of people doing that.
Well, so it says so in this book.
Right, exactly. And the opportunity is he's right. Like, if you make somebody timeless and spaceless and omnipresent, then opportunity is... he has an opportunity for literally anything. It is like, it's brilliant the way that he set it out here, which is why I would love for this to go back to this courtroom analogy. I really would.
And sorry, if you're religious, I don't good for you, but I am probably not going to take your God seriously until he can put another Jesus on my dissection table. Until that point, I have no need for that.
I can help you out with that, Doc.
Nice. Well, I think that sort of when we're talking about evidence, like, they sort of say, hey, do you need scientific evidence? You can't put God in a beak, or all of this kind of crap. No, but we need some kind of reliable, robust, and rigorous way to tell that that evidence is actually true. But the problem is you're not presenting a way that is reliable. You're sort of saying, hey, these apostles' eyewitness testimony isn't reliable. Hey, all these people feelings aren't reliable. It's just, I don't necessarily say, hey, it has to be scientific evidence, like, a autopsy of the person in particular. But it has to somehow be reliable. You have to demonstrate that what you're giving me can be counted on. And that's where they're falling down. They don't have any kind of methodology that we can say, hey, that methodology will get us to the truth better than the scientific method or being able to autopsy people. So I think I would accept non-scientific evidence as long as that came with a demonstration that the way you got there was actually rigorous, robust, and reliable. And that's what they're missing.
First, is there good evidence for God? What kind of evidence is compelling evidence? When we ask, is there compelling evidence for God, we should also ask, compelling for whom?
Okay, so this is the crux of what he's saying. Compelling for whom? So when he's saying compelling, so Matt's on this thing on a level of, well, what ought to be compelling, right? What would a rational person find compelling? And Hiqiqatjou is on this this thing of, well, if people find it compelling, then it's compelling, sort of a descriptive rather than a normative sense. So descriptive versus normative, sort of, we usually apply it to morals, but it means that normative sort of, what would people in general say is compelling, right? What would the rational person say ought to be compelling or should be compelling to people? Whereas descriptive is just, well, what do people find compelling? People find conspiracy theories compelling. They probably shouldn't. So descriptively, it's compelling because people watch it in droves and stuff like that. But they shouldn't find it compelling because it's silly and it isn't rational and it's a whole load of bullshit usually. So So Daniel's going to take it's compelling because it looks compelling. Right.
Yeah,
this is what he's going to try and do.
I really wonder what his point is. Like, he picked the topic, what's the goal? Because, I mean, he can just say, 1 billion people found Islam compelling. So for that group of people, it's compelling. Okay, Matt agrees, the debate's over. What do you do now?
Well, Matt pointed out an argument from popularity earlier, an argument ad populum earlier, and I'd sort of cut it out because he went into a few of the things. So Daniel knows for sure that he's already covered this, and he can easily say, hey, that's an argument from popularity, which I pointed out in my start. It doesn't matter how many people find it compelling. The question is, should they find it compelling? Is it normatively compelling? Is it something that they should? But I get your point that he's just, that's exactly right, Ember. That's all he's saying. It's compelling to religious people. So therefore it is compelling evidence, which,
I mean, Marvel movies are compelling. People spend money and go sit through them. So,
I mean, they used to be.
Yeah, true.
Someone dissing on Marvel in my stream. Get out. That's it.
Yes.
No, I'm not that big a fan of Marvel. Look, but here's the thing. Like, yes, but what I want to do is point out that Daniel doesn't think anything compelling to people is compelling evidence, right? Here's where I would point out the intellectual sort of disparity between his beliefs. That he doesn't think that Christian evidence is compelling for Yahweh, right, rather than Allah. He doesn't think that conspiracy theories are compelling, most of them, kind of thing, right? He doesn't think that evidence for flat Earth is compelling, but they're all compelling to the people that believe them, right? So if compelling evidence is just being compelling to people, and that should be regarded as good evidence, then there's good evidence for flat Earth. Why don't you accept that? There's good evidence for, Bigfoot. Why don't you accept that? There's good evidence for aliens. Why don't you accept that?
Oh,
right?
yeah, I have evidence for aliens.
Nice. I love it. Yeah, that's look, I'm sold. So the question should become, and this is just my opinion, and I've had time to analyze this, but why is it that compelling evidence to you is good evidence, but compelling evidence to others is not? It shows your cognitive bias. It shows how you think it's compelling, but only when it's your evidence. And I think there's a great opportunity to point that out, to sort of say, hey, if compelling evidence is just compelling to you, why should anybody listen to you? Of course you're going to find it compelling. You already believe it. The question is it compelling to anybody else? That's the question. And Daniel will sort of try and sort of thread a few things into here. But yeah, that's what he's doing. He's sort of saying, hey, compelling evidence is that which people find compelling. People find Islam compelling, therefore it's evidence. Yeah, but it's like terrible evidence.
Yeah.
How do we decide what is or isn't compelling?
Sorry, Amber, go for it.
I was just gonna say, like, what's the best flavor of ice cream? Some people find vanilla compelling. Some people find strawberry compelling.
Right. Is that compelling evidence for strawberry being the best flavor? Well, yes, people find that compelling. But should people find it compelling? Is that good evidence? Of course not. Like, that isn't even evidence that should be weighed with any kind of consideration. It's terrible.
Depends on the audience. If we were to ask 11th century Europeans if they found the existence of God compelling, virtually all of them would say yes. But if we ask 21st century Europeans, far fewer would say yes. So what's changed? Atheists claim people have just become smarter, more scientific, more in touch with reality. That's the atheist narrative.
So that's the atheist. No.
We're starting to build a straw man already over here.
That's exactly right. So atheists don't claim that. We just claim to have learnt stuff over time. And we see that with everything. Like, it's sort of like saying, well, atheists say that our medicine has gotten better over time. Well, yeah. What? I don't understand.
Daniel's favorite fish.
Sorry?
Daniel's favorite fish.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's not a red herring so much as it is a straw man.
It can be.
Yeah. He's basically trying to tear down the idea of what is evidence and what is good evidence. See, I wouldn't have even minded the debate on what exactly do you mean by evidence. And I probably, he's being such a jerk because he doesn't think that any evidence anybody else finds compelling is good evidence. I mean, I find it compelling that we live in a massive universe that apparently has been created for just one species. And one section of one species, the Christians or the Islamic people. Like, I find that compelling evidence against Allah. So why should the evidence that I find compelling not be good evidence? It kind of cancels each other out. Like, you find it compelling with all of this kind of stuff. I find it compelling that there's no God. Why is your evidence good and mine isn't? And how do we reconcile those two beliefs? How do we go, well, this is how we find whether the evidence is compelling? And Daniel would probably just say, oh, well, there's more people that think that God is compelling. And it's like, well, that's just an appeal to popularity. It doesn't matter how many people find it compelling. You need something else. Because at one point people thought that, the sun going around the earth was really compelling. Enough to burn people who disagreed. Just that compelling. And Nara the atheist, who is a golden god. Nara the atheist, for $5, says one of us is a biblical figure.
That's technically true, because as you can see from Nara's picture, that is definitely an angry Jesus. So
well,
he is correct. And you know what they say about being technically correct.
You are technically correct. The best kind of correct.
Yes, and also that goes to something I said in the chat a minute ago, so thank you, Nara, for helping to supply the stream. I will now do what I said I would do. As soon as I figure out how to change my look.
You have to go to the 3 dots and then edit name and headline, I think it is.
Let's edit name and headline.
Or edit audio avatar, maybe?
Oh, yeah, edit audio avatar. We'll change what's in the circle. Yeah.
In the circle, yeah.
Yeah. Like, when I turn off my camera, I turn into an ember.
Ember.
Oh, here, I can do it zoomed in.
And that's Nara absolutely holding you to task.
Yes,
Nice,
thank you,
Nara.
Nara. I wanted to get some support on the stream.
Fiction thing. There you go.
And there we go.
Well, that's technically not a raptor. That's a dinosaur. I can't even pronounce
It's a type of raptor. It's close enough.
Okay.
Here,
Okay.
I'll get on my raptor too.
It's a
I don't
raptor
have
Jesus on a cross. I said I'd do it.
Narrative. Cognitive science says that human beings have natural intuitions, whether they're moral, religious, aesthetic, logical, or mathematical intuitions. Intuitions are mostly unconscious, and they're based on the feeling of compellingness rather than systematic proof.
Okay, so note what Daniel's saying here. He's basically going, my feelings. So he'll go on a lot about these intuitions, and I wanted to talk about intuitions here because nobody's saying that intuitions aren't useful, right? They're very useful. They allow us to make decisions very, very quickly, like snap judgments very quickly, like moral intuitions. Oh, that's wrong,
which
sort of,
doesn't always go well. It can be dangerous to rely on those,
correct.
but
Yes.
in a pinch, you can act fast.
Right, you can act fast, like sort of. So we have a tendency to place way more trust in these intuitions than we do than we should, right? That because it feels right, then it's right, kind of thing. These intuitive statements. I think, and I had a conversation with CJ Cox. I've got to put up as a room rumble that it's because our intuitions. They've been honed over sort of an evolutionary process that when you hear a noise in your house, your intuition says, hey, it's a person in my house, right? That's what your intuition says. And that's sort of a very, very documented thing that you immediately leap for a worst case scenario. And the reason why is because in nature, if you didn't do that, the people wouldn't survive. Like if you don't leap for the bushes rustle, my intuition says there's something in the bushes. That isn't necessarily a good way to determine that. But what it does do is allows you to make a snap decision really fast and act very, very fast on that intuition, and you run. The people that didn't have that intuitive nature didn't run from the tiger in the bushes.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe 9 times out of 10, it wasn't a tiger. You're running for no reason. But that 10th time, that person doesn't.
Yeah, you finish.
But that 10th time that person gets eaten by a tiger, their genes aren't passed anymore. So there's a tendency to place this idea that our intuitions are correct, probably more than we should.
Yeah.
Go for it.
At the same time, there is a balancing factor, because if you run from every little noise, and this is just from a evolutionary biologist point of view, you're never going to eat enough. You're always going to burn your energy, and you're never going to sleep well. So there's a balance where you're engineered to be cautious, but not so cautious you jump at every sound. Because if you jump at every sound, you're just going to die from not eating enough or taking care of yourself.
Oh yeah, we also take risks.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I think the point that I'm trying to make is that we're evolved to listen to our intuitions, but it's not necessarily the best way of determining whether something is true or not. Like it would be a lot more accurate and a lot better to sit down and go, okay, have I seen any tigers lately? Is there any tracks around? Is that thing in the bushes rustling because of the wind? Have I felt wind? It's probably a lot more accurate to take an analytical approach. But
yes,
when that takes time that you may not have.
But at the same time, you can buy yourself time. Like, say you've progressed enough that you have a spear or a gun.
A stick.
You can sit there and wait, and it might be food, or it might be a bird. And you don't have to waste energy on running. But if it is a danger, you can shoot it in the face.
Yeah. But he sort of is setting up that his evidence is his intuitions. And
fair.
Personally, if I was in this debate, that is a marvelous opportunity. It's such a good opportunity. I would absolutely welcome that if people want to bring up their intuitions, because
you're right. I actually remember this. I remember this from when I watched it.
Right. because you can bring up all the places where Daniel doesn't use his intuitions. Like you can ask, do you use your intuitions when you cross the road? Do you just go, hey, how do I feel? Do I feel like there's traffic coming?
Alas,
No,
I have done that.
I
doesn't
mean,
work
I
out
use my
well.
intuition to say I should probably check.
Well, yeah, but that's sort of going, well, an analysis, and we teach children to not use intuition. We teach them to look right, look left, listen for traffic, and then cross the road. There's a reason why we do that. So all of these important things, Daniel's ignoring the fact that he doesn't use intuition in his ordinary life, not for anything important. Look at it this way. If you go to a doctor, which would you rather he do? Examine you or make an intuitive decision on what's wrong with you? Of course you want him to examine you. Of course you want him to analyze what could be wrong with symptoms and, current medical data. Because intuition is useless. Well, almost useless in that case. You might have an intuition. And this is the thing. Intuitions can give you ideas which you can then test and verify. But they don't actually give you a better view of the truth than actually analyzing it. And often they have to be backed up with some sort of evidence and some sort of procedure to analyze if that intuition is in fact true. And Daniel, I can guarantee you, Daniel does that in his life, right?
Well, I'm not sure, but yeah, I know what you mean.
I guarantee you, it's sort of nobody that relies on their intuitions for decision making and only their intuitions will make it past the age of 10 years old. Nobody, because our feelings are not a good way to sort of accurately describe the world. We don't go to the road and go, well, do I feel like any traffic's coming? No. All right, I'm going to cross. You will be wiped out because it's not about your feelings on the matter.
For example, people have the intuition that harming others for no reason is wrong. This is an intuition because people might not even have articulated this as a concrete belief, and they have no logical justification for it.
Wait.
Mm-hmm.
How? Okay, first of all, how the fuck do you have an intuition on that? Second of all, how could you possibly? What did he say right there?
Well, I think he's sort of saying that your moral intuition says that harming people for no reason is wrong. I would sort of say that that's more empathy than intuition. Like it's a different sort of thing. That empathy sort of gives you that idea that harming people for no reason is wrong, and you're kind of empathy is just something that comes with social creatures, especially social mammals. Just sort of our ability to work together hinges upon empathy. So I don't think that's necessarily intuition. I think that's just a byproduct of being a social animal.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, it definitely is. It's not intuition. It's not reflex. Like
No.
You see children on a playground, and one just falls off and punches another. Not even any particular reason. They have to be taught it's wrong because it's not intuitive.
Right. And yeah, and some children have problems with empathy and stuff like that, and they sort of have to be taught to listen to that sense of empathy rather than their desires and what they want, kind of thing. So we have all of these different things in conflict with one another. This is the story of humankind. We have this idea of, well, I'm selfish, I want what I want for myself, but it's in conflict with the whole idea of, well, I would understand how they feel. So the competitive drive is often in conflict with the feeling of empathy, and we've got to decide which is best to follow through on. And that's where morality steps in. It sort of says, hey, when should I listen to my sense of empathy and when should I listen to my sense of selfishness? So Daniel's sort of saying, hey, this is intuitive. And it's like, no, it stems from empathy and reciprocity. It stems from these feelings we have to allow us to work together. So his sort of claim that moral intuitions exist is kind of weird.
Very much so. Also, I'm
Strong
puzzled. Like I thought I heard him say harming someone for no reason, and I don't know that that's actually even possible. Like, I mean, sure, there's like incidental harm when you don't intend harm and you cause harm,
Right.
but like to intentionally harm someone for no reason, like even if the reason
you're
is
breaking up a bit there, Ember.
Curses.
A little bit.
It's Raptor Jesus. He's being a dick.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Even if the reason is I just wanna because I'm a bad person, there's still a reason,
or it makes me
right?
feel good. Yeah. I don't.
Yeah.
That's a very good point. I didn't consider that. That when does somebody when does somebody do anything for no reason? You know, people don't act in arbitrary ways, as far as I'm aware. There always is some justification for what it is that they're doing.
Generally. But, I mean, also, like, how socially aware are vervet monkeys? Because vervet monkeys are a species of primate that will go out of their way to help better the group at the expense of themselves. And as far as I know, they're pretty basal monkeys. But even in them, we can see these traits that a lot of human societies have.
Meerkats do that. Meerkats will put guards on, and the guards are the ones that found the most food, so the ones that are the best off, kind of thing. So they will guard and go without foraging in order to help the others in their attempts at foraging. There's nothing sort of in it for them outside of a social context. So,
but like with these vervet monkeys, it's even more so, because if they see a predator, they will sound a super loud, blaring alarm call to get the attention of everyone else, including the predator, because it benefits the group as a whole. If one member dies, other members don't die.
Yeah.
It's like, and that's their intuition. It's not great for them. It's good for the whole.
Yeah, and there's a lot of species that do that. They sort of sacrifice personal benefit for the entire tribe, because in the long term it is in their best interest to do so.
To accept it as true. Psychologists have shown that all children naturally develop this moral intuition early in life. Beyond moral intuitions, there's also aesthetic intuition.
Yeah, I don't think he mentions psychologists a lot. I don't think he really understands sort of what's being said. He goes into Japanese children a bit later, and I do have something to say about that. But children generally don't have very good moral intuitions.
True.
They don't, you know, they're generally selfish, and they generally have these desires, and so the idea of empathy has to be reinforced in them. And that's okay. That's
Just call it ad hominem, but I don't feel like I should trust him when it comes to the topic of child psychology.
No, I don't.
Oh my goodness, definitely not. No, I think it's hilarious that we pre-bunked him. Like, we pointed out this thing is not true, and then he says the thing we just explained is not true. But he just asserts shit. He doesn't need to demonstrate anything. It's fine.
Oh, no. He's basically, he thinks that sort of saying psychologists said it is his misunderstanding of what psychologists are saying automatically gives him some sort of, you know, leverage over the other side. He's in fact been a gratuitous liar. He is in fact a gratuitous liar. He lies.
He's been learning from the Christian apologists who say, oh, well, scientists today are saying that, you know, there's proof of God in the DNA, or we scientists today are saying that if cosmologist Michio Kaku says that James Webb Space Telescope saw God, and all like,
and I mean, on that, like, similar to that, like, is it the scientific consensus, or is it a couple scientists in odd places saying something?
I mean, more often than not,
all throughout history saying things, but they've usually been on the fringe of science.
Yeah,
and they're not usually taken seriously.
I mean, if you want to, you could legitimately say, scientists say irreducible complexity is a thing and evolution can't possibly exist because there's two scientists who say so. Well, I suppose 3 if you count Nathaniel Jeanson, but I don't count him as a scientist because he hasn't said something true in over 10 years.
Yeah.
I mean, Ember, you remember the little tangent we had on the last theater about Henry Fairfield Osborn?
A bit.
Yeah, that was a
I'm bad
scientist
with
who said a
names.
lot of things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like Michael Behe says things. Stephen Meyer says. Though I don't know if it's fair to call Stephen Meyer a scientist since he's a PhD of philosophy of science.
I mean, that's complicated.
Yeah.
It depends. It very much depends.
Anyway.
Humans universally experience disgust at the thought of eating human flesh. There are also logical intuitions. We all intuitively accept the.
Do they universally, though?
No,
what about Papa
absolutely not.
That's why cannibals have existed throughout history. That's why.
I know.
Because it's not a moral intuition that all humans have. And that might not necessarily be true. If you ever saw a movie called Alive, it was about a plane that crashed in the Peruvian mountains. I can't remember which one.
Yeah, I didn't see it, but yeah.
Yeah, so what happened was this soccer team crashed there and they didn't have the energy to be able to walk down the mountains. They basically were starving.
Wait, was that based on a real situation?
Oh, yes, that was real.
Yeah.
That was real. So
yeah,
what they did is
plane full of the soccer team crashed on a mountain.
Correct.
They had to resort to cannibalism in order to survive for like 5 months, I think.
Not only that, but also have the energy to hike down the mountain kind of thing. But they were going to starve to death without doing what they did. And so the question becomes, is it morally wrong in that circumstance? Like if you are freezing to death, is it morally wrong to do it then? And I would say no, those people were already dead. And you know, they were desperate to survive. So your moral intuition can be 100% wrong, you know, because your moral intuition says, oh, that's disgusting, that's not what you ought to do. Sure, that's the intuition. Just like if you hear a doctor's chopped off a leg, that's not right. But what if the leg was decaying and sort of about to kill the person? Well, that becomes right. Your moral intuitions aren't necessarily a good indicator of what is right and wrong. It's just a snap decision. A better way is to say, hey, what were the circumstances? Let's analyze if they had any other choices. Let's analyze the consequences for these choices. Let's analyze, you know, what the outcome would have been if they didn't do it. A lot of these have to be factored in before you get whether something is moral or not. People that rely just on moral intuitions are usually just monsters because whatever their gut feeling is, they just go with. It's not necessarily accurate.
And for anyone who's curious about that plane crash, it's on Wikipedia as Uruguayan Air Force Flight 571. Soccer team crashed in the Andes and had to resort to cannibalism to survive.
Yeah.
It was a pretty grim situation. There were 16 survivors out of 45 initial people on the plane.
Yeah. So, you know, it is what it is.
But I remember reading a book about it, though, and it really was kind of an inspiring story about survival in the face of overwhelming odds.
Yes.
It's very similar to the old stories about the Donner Party.
Yes.
You know, they got stuck in the mountain pass, and I mean, sometimes you got them. But in some cultures, what's it?
Oh, the Donner Party. Yeah, no, that's different.
Yep, part of the Oregon Trail. Yeah. During like late 2019 to 2021, I was very interested in stories of people surviving very situations that were not very nice.
I
can't imagine why.
Yeah.
Law of non-contradiction, that two contradictory statements cannot both be true at the same time. And we also have mathematical intuitions, like 5 objects is more than 1 object. There are also intuitions about the world and history. For example, we all intuitively believe that there's an external world that persists, even if we're not in it.
Okay, so that's solipsism, right? So he's basically attacking foundation for literally materialism in general or physicalism in general. The weird thing about this is nobody disagrees that the physical world exists. Right, so this is where he goes up meta levels. Like, so he's basically saying, okay, you want to talk about evidence? how can you say there's evidence when you can't even prove absolutely that the real world exists? This is very easily solved because Daniel thinks that the real world exists. That the world around us is real. Matt thinks the world around us is real. That's all you need. You don't need anything else. Does Daniel think that the world around him isn't real?
Yeah, and if so, then he can demonstrate that. Yeah, it's anything but the metric system type thing. Like
Yes.
Let's talk about anything except the topic I picked we're supposed to talk about.
Right. Well, like I said, he's going up levels to say, hey, you don't get to talk about evidence because you haven't definitively proved absolutely that anything is real. Right. It's the most it is cowardly. It's sort of like saying, well, you could be in the Matrix, therefore we can't talk about anything that you want to talk about because you haven't shown that it's actually real. You could be in the Matrix. It's a lame argument.
And it's irrelevant. It's exactly as fallacious as a non sequitur because you're complaining about something that no one is challenging. I'm not here asserting that the universe is real. I'm working under the assumption that we both agree the universe is real. What else can we determine about it? Like why are you even arguing that?
How I would handle this is a lot of people will sidestep this one and go, well, that's silly. Me, I take the tactic of leaning into it and getting them to come down on a position. Sort of saying, hey, when you sort of say that our senses aren't real and it could not be the real world, then why are you talking to me? Like, do you affirm that this is the real world or not? Because if you don't, then the contradiction here is Daniel saying, how do you know the real world is real or the world around you is real? And expecting him to listen to his part of the real world. So if the world around you isn't real, then you can stop listening to Daniel right now because he's basically saying, hey, I'm not real. So I try and pin somebody down on whether they consider this world to be real or not if they take this up with me. Because if you are in fact expecting me to hear you, you are validating the senses that I have presupposed, and they get into presuppositions later.
Yeah.
If
I can't rely on my senses, then you can't rely on your senses or the Quran. So we're both back to square one. So we might as well work as though we have access to the real world.
Right, and that's where you get into presuppositions and axioms. Sort of, so what at base level do we agree on? So if we agree that the world around us is not illusionary and our senses are generally truthful, if not 100% accurate, they're generally, sort of telling us something about the real world, we can go from there. If you want to sort of go, well, you don't get to presuppose your senses, then how the hell do I listen to you?
Yeah, or why are you talking to me? Because if you're trying to convince me of something, you kind of have to believe I'm real because
that's the fucking point.
Yeah. And so, convince me that the world is an illusion without me using my senses. Good luck.
Mm-hmm.
Good luck on that one.
If I may, it looks like Tapioca Weasel is being oddly generous tonight. You have 5 new memberships, Mark. You can voice out, or I can if you prefer.
Thank you. Is that in the secondary chat? Oh, I hate that doesn't show.
Yeah, gifted memberships don't show in StreamYard. That's why it has to be pointed out. But yeah, let's get some ban hammers in there.
Let's see. I can read it out if you want, Mark.
Go for it.
Sure.
All right. Sumami, Doorknobhead, Tiny Pink Penguin, Aussie Gold, and Stefan M. Howley have all been gifted memberships by the very generous and lovely Dr. Tapioca Weasel. Thank you, Doctor.
Well, I'm not sure what the baby talk was for, but sure, that's just some love for Dr. Tat.
Sorry, I slipped up like mid-word, but oh well.
That's okay. I'm gonna get my chat popped out.
You Americans and your accents.
Oh god, stupid English accents. There we go. Okay. Okay.
Oh sure, like you ain't guilty of that over there, Mr. New Yorker. What's your excuse?
I don't know what you're talking about.
We also intuitively believe that the past was real and our memories are.
Do we intuitively believe that the past is real? Wasn't he just talking about what children and babies into it when, like, babies don't even have object permanence?
Yeah. Yeah.
Pretty sus.
Yeah, so he wants to sort of say that all of these basal axioms are intuitions, and I don't think they are. I think that they're sort of axiomatic. They're things that we sort of agree on. And even if they are intuitions, it doesn't mean they're particularly accurate. It's just that they work. They, your senses keep working. But it's this idea that you've got to have 100% certainty to justify anything. And Daniel doesn't understand what empiricism is, and I'll sort of point that out later, where he just doesn't understand what it is. He's sort of just saying anything that we have axiomatically is an intuition. And sure, I'm not saying intuitions aren't useful, but the reason why we sort of have them, we've got to back them up. Like, so if we have an intuition that our senses are mostly accurate and then, they can't be relied on, then they failed that test. We're still measuring them for their effectiveness. I mean, sometimes we know they don't work. We have optical illusions and things like that. We're aware of their limitations.
Based on that past reality. We also have natural intuitions about God.
Why is that stopping? Okay, I'm very
Did you break it?
Most people in the world and in history believe in spirit beings. According to cognitive science, this belief is biologically rooted. Research.
No, you fuckwit. I just addressed this with this Yosef guy. It's the latest thing the Muslim apologists are off onto.
Topics.
They found some social psychologist paper that it isn't even a published paper. It's like one of those self-published online rather than a journal article. They won't tell you the author's name or any of this shit. They'll just scan through and highlight a section of the paper. But it basically says that young children, whatever that means, were told a story about a mouse who died and then asked if they intuitively believe whether psychological functions continue, physical functions continue, whatever. And most of them, whatever that means, intuitively concluded that the dead mouse still has wants and needs and hungers and continues to exist in some kind of spiritual fashion. Therefore, religion is something people are born with.
Yeah.
So sorry, in other words, Ember, you mean it's a completely BS study that no one should ever take seriously?
Well, I mean, I haven't read it because they won't let me see the actual thing. They just scroll through and highlight a bit of it. But I do detect a few minor problems with the methodology.
Yeah.
Similar beliefs that the universe was created by the supernatural. This is the case.
Yeah, and they didn't have beliefs that the universe was created by the supernatural. What they said is there's a belief that something still remains of the sort of mice that died. They didn't talk about the supernatural. They didn't sort of say anything like that. He's extrapolating from the idea that if somebody dies and their body's still there, we intuitively think that something still remains of them. Probably because psychologically we associate people with their physical form in front of us. That's what we do. But I've pointed out to multiple people, our intuition also says the Earth's flat. It does. Like, I'm not arguing that our intuition doesn't say, hey, the Earth is just a flat plate, because that's what it looks like. Some things are counterintuitive. The Earth is not flat. But, if we listen to our intuition, we'd be 100% wrong. Intuitively, you'd say, hey, the sun's going around the Earth, because that's what it looks like. But intuition isn't always accurate. So even if that was the case, and Daniel's making it do some real work here to say, hey, the children said that was created by, some supernatural. No, they didn't. No, they said that they believed some part of it still remained. Probably because when I see ember, I associate what is ember with their physical form. And that physical form is still there. Right. So that is your intuition working, that because I associate Ember with his physical form and his physical form still there, I say, well, Ember's still there, even after death. That's an intuitive thing. But it's not the case. Like, it doesn't mean that it's accurate.
Yeah, when I upload into a robot body, all y'all are going to be weirded out. Maybe that's why none of the Jesus's followers recognized Jesus after the resurrection, because he was in a robot body.
I mean,
what
maybe,
about that?
but also, like, personally, I tend to associate people with their voices. Maybe just because I've had crap vision for most of my life, but I identify people by their voice. So,
Sure,
like,
but Daniel's appealing
I think
to
of Ember, or I think of Ember,
intuition.
and I think of you, Mark, and I think of you by your voices.
Well, I mean,
Not your
that's
physical
completely
forms.
understandable. That's completely understandable. If he's appealing to, hey, a lot of people have these intuitions, like he's appealing to sort of, you know, most people have intuitions that say this. Yeah, it doesn't mean they're accurate, buddy. How do you actually show that they're accurate?
Even for children in cultures that don't affirm a creator god, like Japanese children. This shows that the intuition to believe that the universe was created by supernatural beings is inbuilt.
Okay, so I read this study. I went through, found the study and read it. What they did is they asked Japanese children, why is this flower there? Or why does it smell like this? And the Japanese children, they didn't affirm a creator. They didn't say anything like it. They said, because it's pretty, right? Or because it smells good is the reason why it's there. Now, you could, if you were a dishonest schmuck, extrapolate that into, oh, well, they believe in a god. Thank you so much for more gift memberships, Dr. Tapioca Weasel.
More.
And Horner got a membership. Me got a membership. Missing Mod got a membership. Oblivion Tanks got a membership. And Dan Shire got a membership. And Dr. Tapioca got hustled, apparently. Okay. 5 memberships and a hustle. That's I don't know. If it was me, I can probably do something about it.
Where's my Hovend? Here's my Hovend. My Hovend can hustle.
Oh, he certainly can. So what was I saying? I've forgotten completely what I'm saying. I'm going to blame Dr. Tab. Oh yeah, the study on Japanese children. Yeah, so it really what it is, and what the study sort of said, is that the Japanese children sort of affirmed why the flowers there was kind of egocentric. It was kind of based around them, right? That the flowers are there to smell pretty. And I have no doubt that people look at things in an egocentric way. They look at things in relation to themselves. It's generally a human thing. We have a tendency that when we're running late and all the lights are against us, that it's sort of something against us, right? Instead of just the coincidence that if you think about it analytically, it is, right? Nobody's out to get you. Nobody's making this happen, but there is that tendency to assign intent where there is no intent, right? So I think it's more indicative of that than it is that Japanese children are affirming a god. That is really dishonest. Like incredibly dishonest, because that's not what the study said at all. He's extrapolating his own, you'd been learning from Christians. What you do is you get a study, you find one piece of it, you misrepresent that piece and say the entire study agrees with you. It doesn't. You're misrepresenting the study. Stop it.
People also naturally believe that the mind persists after bodily death. Belief in the afterlife is a biologically rooted intuition. Psychologists call this natural theology.
Okay, so natural theology is not that belief, right?
Exactly. This is like the roots of ancestor worship, not God worship.
Correct.
To go back to the courtroom analogy, this would be a good place for Matt to take that out and start hitting Daniel with it. I realize we're in Daniel's opening, but still, in his next chance to speak, because there's a reason that in a courtroom, the lawyers have to disclose documents to each other beforehand. Like, if this were a courtroom type situation, Daniel would have had to show the studies he's going to try to bring up to Matt, and Matt would be like, well, if you read more than, the first sentence, you would see that's not what this study says, you lying bastard.
Okay, so natural theology is the attempt to establish religious truth by rational argument and without reliance on alleged revelations. So natural theology is kind of falling back on philosophical arguments and evidences and things like that, rather than saying, hey, I had a revelation direct from God and sort of a revelatory way. So he doesn't even understand what natural theology is. He thinks it's this, well, people psychologically have this tendency to anthropomorphize things. Okay, how does that get you to an evidence for a God? But he's wrong, because that's not what natural theology is. It's saying, hey, we have this tendency to do this, so this explains why we think that there's spirits in the wind, or there's spirits in the trees, or that fire has a spirit behind it, because of this tendency. So he doesn't understand what it is. He's just saying, hey, natural theology says that. No, it doesn't. No.
I mean, like, a part of me wonders if Daniel had been born as, say, a member of the Great Plains people, or as someone who lived in, say, Japan,
Like
or in the middle of Australia, would he still be as steadfast in his beliefs in those areas just because he grew up in them? And
well, he's not looking at
wonders.
Islam at the moment, which is weird for a debate about Islam, for Islam not to come into it. He's doing the meta thing where he's going up to a sort of deistic kind of God, or a God that isn't Allah of the Quran. Like, everything that he's doing is avoiding evidence for Islam, which is weird, because that is the actual topic, compelling evidence for Islam. So he's going up and saying, hey, what's evidence for any God? Well, I find intuitions compelling. I don't know why, because he's got no real justification for that, but I find intuitions compelling. Therefore, that is compelling evidence for Islam. No, it's not. And it's not even compelling evidence for any God, much less your particular God.
Yeah, in fact, he's kind of arguing against his own case. He thinks he's receding back into the meta argument, but he's saying, humans are inclined to believe in the non-physical. So therefore, when I follow that trend and believe in the non-physical, I'm more likely to be right. Like the invoking the sheer abundance of religions on Earth, that proves there's an abundance of religions on Earth. It kind of diminishes the possibility that yours happens to be correct.
Yeah, and Matt definitely gets to that. Like, he actually sort of makes a really good point on that.
So to recap, humans have many natural intuitions about what is true. When we rely on those intuitions, that is called intuitive thinking. Now, there's another mode of thinking, which is called analytic thinking.
Watch what he does here. This is glorious. This is absolutely glorious, the way that he sort of sets this up.
Thinking is different because it causes us to question our intuitions rather than just accept things because they feel compelling. We demand further evidence and justification. In other words, analytic thinking is about doubt.
Yeah, it causes doubts to your intuition. Because your intuition isn't reliable.
We doubt our intuitions, and then we explore other possibilities. We gather evidence. We make inferences. We might intuitively feel that even humans.
Yeah, well, he does on most things. Don't forget that I'm sure that he uses sort of induction and sort of learnt experience and all of these other processes for other things, just not his religion. That's the thing. He will use it every day of his life. Like, he didn't write this speech by intuition, right? He didn't sit down and go, oh, well, I'm just going to write from the gut. He's appealing to analytical thinking right now. This is the hypocrisy. I mean, it should be Hiqiqatjou, because he is currently using analytical thinking to do this debate. Well, why? Why couldn't you do it intuitively? Why?
Flesh is disgusting, but is it actually wrong? People who have maximized their analytic thinking will doubt their religious, moral, and aesthetic intuitions. Only their strongest intuitions remain. For example, their intuitions about logic or about the external world. But for everything else, they demand empirical evidence. But there is no empirical evidence for these things. So when you maximize analytic thinking...
Yeah, so this is what I'm talking about, burning the board down.
Did he just say there's no analytic thinking
Empirical.
towards no empirical
Evidence for these things.
My
So
meat brain is
here's-
just shot.
No. That this is the hilarious thing. He's saying there's no empirical evidence towards these things, like, oh, that the real world is actually the world. So he doesn't understand what empirical means.
Yeah, like,
Because empirical, what it means is via the senses, right? Gathered via the senses. So when you start to say asinine things like, there's no empirical evidence that the world is real, what do you think your senses are doing? There's a ton of empirical evidence that this world is real. It's called your senses.
you know what we need here? We need to bring Jake from the previous debate up to verify that that's a microphone.
Okay, well, that would be helpful. But
Yes.
The whole point is, look, this is what I was sort of saying, that he's basically going, well, there's no, like, so when we're talking about sort of the problem, Hume's problem of induction, or the problem with sort of relying on your senses, like you need to use your senses to prove that your senses are correct. We're talking about, you can't be absolutely sure that this world is the real world. That's solipsism. You have to say, hey, I can't be absolutely sure. And Matt's already said, science isn't there to do absolute distinctions of knowledge or even levels of knowledge. It just is there to make models that work. But even putting that aside, we've got a ton of evidence suggesting this world is real. We have our senses. We have other people telling us what they feel. Now, that is empirical evidence, whether you like it or not. That is literally what empirical evidence is. It is evidence gathered by the senses. So we can't be absolutely certain this is the real world. We don't have to be. All we have to do is say, hey, I have a lot of evidence, so I can be confident, incredibly confident this is the real world. I am about as confident that this is the real world as anything else I certainly can be, right? Because of the overwhelming amount of evidence that it is and the lack of evidence that it isn't. Now, I place aside a small thing to say, hey, I could be wrong about that. But that doesn't mean you get to say, hey, well, because you don't have absolute certainty, you can't use that. You can no longer view the world as real. That's not how we do anything. Right? If I say, hey, my wife's in the kitchen, I know she is, right? I've got a lot of evidence. She said she was going to the kitchen. She was hungry. You have all this evidence to say she's in the kitchen. Just because I can't be 100% overwhelmingly, absolutely confident that she's there doesn't mean I don't get to say, hey, my wife's in the kitchen. Like, we have levels of certainty. And Daniel's playing the little, and you're right, Ember, he's been watching Christians because they do it too. Oh, but if you can't be absolutely certain, how can you be certain? Because I have evidence for it, dummy. Oh, are you absolutely certain of that? No. Like, it's weird. It's so weird. You're muted, Ember. That was beautiful, Ember, that you are muted. You'll have to do it again. I'm sorry.
Well, shit. I was agreeing with you and no one could hear me. Damn coughing. Anyway, yes, our resident deity has arrived.
Tighten your anus.
There we go.
Yeah, so this is sort of the dodge and switch that you sort of say, hey, well, I don't have absolute knowledge of God, or I don't have justification for God, but you don't have justification for anything either. Wrong. We've got empirical justification. It's called our senses, you dummy. Like, stop. Just because you don't have absolute certainty doesn't mean you don't have a level of confidence that is sufficient to not only justify belief, but justify a claim of knowledge. Stop.
Yeah.
And
that's a double-edged sword, because lack of certainty, cool, granted. You therefore also don't have certainty that we can't have knowledge of anything, right. It's such a pointless argument.
Yeah, I don't think absolute certainty really exists, and people will go, are you absolutely certain of that? No. What are you I just explained that we work with levels of confidence, not absolute certainty or completely clueless. But this is the black and white thinking of theists. They want things to be 100% absolutely certain or no idea whatsoever. That's not how we apportion our confidence to things. It's not even how the theists apportion their confidence to things. They don't say, oh, well, I'm absolutely certain that my car will run today. There's a chance it might break down. We understand that. But from what we see, we have confidence that that car will work because it has in the past, and we've got evidence that it will, and we've been, all of these different things.
Except for my car.
Well, that's where your certainty kind of fell down, but you relied on your car, right? You were like, well, this car will keep going until it stops working. And Matt goes into this, and this, quite frankly, dummy doesn't understand that. And it's something that I've been encountering lately. This whole idea of absolute confidence, or you can't even rely on it. And it's sort of, wow.
People become more and more inclined to a reductionist view of the world defined by scientific materialism, and anything beyond that is doubted. Now let's bring it all back. When we have a debate about good evidence for God, what are our standards? Are we trying to meet the standards of a maximally analytic mode of thinking, the type of extreme analytic thinking of atheists? Why should we? Why should we just accept that standard of evidence as opposed to a more balanced type of cognition that doesn't nuke all our natural human intuitions? What atheists will want to claim here is that we should obviously prefer the maximally analytic mode of thinking. Why? Because that's the mode of thinking that's most likely to give us the truth. But is this true? Does maximizing doubt bring us closer to the truth?
Wow, what a loaded, dishonest statement. He's sort of equating skepticism with maximizing doubt. Like, he just slipped that in there, but wow. Like, skepticism is not maximizing doubt. Just because you want to check your intuitions to make sure they are in fact correct doesn't mean you're maximizing doubt. And again, I'll point out, and this is where he's opened himself up for a real reaming, and I wish Matt had gone here, but like I said, it's very hard to do in the time, that he doesn't rely on his intuitions for very much at all, only the God question. He wants to create a loophole for the God. He will rely on his intuitions rarely, because people don't.
I mean, out of curiosity, how would you define skepticism then, if you don't agree with his definition?
Well, skepticism would be requiring a reasonable process for finding out if something is true, and not apportioning something as true until it has met that level that sort of shows it to be true.
Yeah, it's apportioning belief to the level of the claim. Like, if you say I just had a sandwich, I'm not even going to bother being skeptical. It's so mundane. Why would I waste it? Even if you're lying to me, what does anyone gain? It doesn't matter at all. Yeah. But if you say you've got a magic dragon in your closet, I'm going to say, I'm going to need some proof on that one.
Right.
So maybe requiring evidence roughly equivalent to the magnitude of your claim?
Well, the other flip side of it is not, well, I mean, that's one part of it. The other side is not believing things until they have been demonstrated to be true in accordance to the level of evidence required to prove that. So
yeah, the point of skepticism isn't to just doubt everything. It's to keep from falling victim to your own biases. Like, if I were a Christian, I would be inclined to agree with Christian arguments. But by trying to be skeptical, I'm doing my best to not let that get in my way and say, do I actually have evidence to believe that before I believe that?
Okay, so Leo's already in chat correcting us, which is,
of course,
he's only been there 1 second. Yeah, of course. Proportioning belief to the level of evidence is called evidentialism. So obviously, I'm wrong on that. Okay, thanks, Leo. But that's sort of I think that sort of I think that in my mind, skepticism is doubting claims until they have been proven to be true, rather than believing things until they've proven to be false, which is sort of a dumb way to do things, kind of thing. I think that that's my idea of skepticism. I could be wrong on that, but that's my idea, because if you believe, and sort of this idea of intellectual consistency, that you do sort of require the same level of evidence for the same sort of burden of claim, I think that there's a lot of people that aren't consistent. They will demand incredible explanations for somebody else's religion, but their own, they will just sort of say, yeah, it's true. And I think a skeptic would apply the same requirement to all religions and even their own beliefs. They would say, hey, my own beliefs need this level of evidence to show that they are correct.
I mean, I do agree, but at the same time, if you've previously brought forward that level of skepticism, I guess I would say, against your own beliefs, after enough time, don't you think it would be valid to maybe not apply as much skepticism if they continue to hold up as well?
Well, it's more like a way of looking at things rather than like, it's not like cynicism, you know? Like you're not, oh, well, I mean, with Daniel, I'm a little cynical, more than a little, because he's demonstrated himself over and over again to be a horrible person. But if he makes a claim, or if Matt makes the same identical claim, or if I've heard the claim 1,000 times, skepticism is not automatically believing it, regardless of where it comes from or how often. Otherwise, we'd all be persuaded by the frickin', well, every painting needs a painter, therefore the universe needs a universer argue, you know? It just... No, it's a way of processing information rather than, I guess, the colloquial version of philosophy, like a Hakuna Matata kind of thing.
Why should we believe that? I would challenge atheists to justify this. Why should we adopt such extreme epistemic standards? In reality, a psychology that balances intuitive and analytic thinking is more suitable for recognizing truth. And this is actually an insight that we find within the history of philosophy and the work of Western philosophers like Ludwig Wittgenstein. Not all of reality can be reduced.
Demonstrate that?
I don't think you can.
I don't think so either.
That a sort of balance between intuition and sort of analytical is a better approach. I think that intuitions can be confirmed with analytical thinking, but I don't know how, like, because you don't actually go out of your way to confirm intuitions, how do you then do that? How do you confirm that the intuitive thought that you have is in fact real? Like I said, like if you walk into a doctor, you're not going to say to the doctor, hey, I'm not going to give you the symptoms, just use your intuition.
Yeah, I mean, WebMD says that it's cancer, malaria, and consumption. So, you know, I guess give me medicine for everything.
Right. It's not a good way to determine whether something is true or not. But you're sort of saying, hey, it's better. How so? How do you demonstrate that? Because you're basically saying, hey, don't analyze my intuitions. Just let me have them. So don't check if they're right or wrong. I can demonstrate that intuitions lead to bad outcomes and bad decisions about things. I can demonstrate that. Can you demonstrate the accuracy of intuitions? It was funny. I was talking to CJ Cox and sort of, you know, saying that intuitions aren't necessarily accurate. And he came up with this one of, oh, but people believed that disease was caused by smell, so they covered their noses and that actually helped. And I'm like, yeah, but it's not accurate. Like, it's not actually real.
Yeah, that's not even an intuition thing. That's just misinformation. Stop clock twice a day kind of thing.
Right.
Like, oh, it's crazy. Like, we've done studies on intuition because that's how psychics and other readers and things, dowsing rods, all of this metaphysical woo-woo, it's based on intuition. I feel the spirit pulling me this way. And we've done studies for decades, and the very best never break 50-50.
Right. Intuition's a really good way to think fast and make quick decisions and things like that. They're not the most accurate. They're just not. I'm really sorry. You should be able to show that, and he's just claiming it is so.
To empirical data points to be scrutinized through systematic analysis. The reality is the reality we all experience is far richer than that. And insisting on maximum analytic thinking actually takes us further from fully seeing reality, like covering up one half of our binoculars. Further,
covering up, like this analogy is terrible. You know,
it really is.
You've got to be able to show that the half of the binoculars that you want to use are actually not cracked or distorted, or, you know, you can't just say, hey, if you seem to see better with the other half, then yeah, you cover up the half that's really bad. That's generally what we do.
Yeah, if you have a kaleidoscope side, this is fundamentally no different than the Catholic argument about why science only works if you believe in God in their specific way, even though that's demonstrably not true. Because to borrow the same analogy, you can see a lot farther if you have both faith and reason. Why would you blind your faith side when it helps you see better?
But, notice that he's not doing this for anything else but his faith. Like, he won't say, hey, if I'm sort of, going to the doctor, I want them to use reason and also intuition. No, not really. No. You want them to, perform a series of steps that, we have diagnostic tools. That's what you want them to do. That's the best way to find out what's wrong with you. Not just, hey, I feel like it's this. We can then analyze based on intuition. But it's not a good way to determine what is true or not. And a lot of the time, our confirmation bias will lead us down the wrong track. It is good to cover up your intuitive gut reaction in order to make an analytical decision of what's wrong. That's why we try and eliminate confirmation bias, because it's bias. It's just our gut thoughts. It doesn't.
I wonder if Daniel realizes that bias is itself inherently unhelpful, because it doesn't help you reach truth. If anything, it helps you lean towards being wrong. I don't know if he's actually aware of that.
So essentially, he's basically saying, well, my feelings say there's a God, and that's good evidence. No, Daniel, your feelings are not good evidence. I'm really sorry. It's not compelling evidence. It's not even really evidence. It's just you have fifis. That's it.
Furthermore, the insistence on maximal analytic thinking is nothing more than a recent product of cultural evolution. For most of history, human cognition was more balanced. So what changed? Analytic thinking became dominant, not because it's more attuned to the truth.
Revolution.
No, you got to hear this. Yeah. It's this is the narrative that Daniel starts up, and you've got to hear this. This is amazing.
Or because it's more beneficial for humanity, analytic extremism became dominant because of what we can call cognitive colonialism. To understand how this happened, consider society A, that is analytic dominant, versus society B, that is intuitive dominant. Over time, both societies experience technological and economic growth, but society A experiences this faster. This allows society A to dominate society B.
Why does it experience technological growth faster?
My guess would be because they're, analyzing shit instead of just guessing and going with it.
Yeah. Because the person that designed your little computer that you're sitting on there, Daniel, didn't intuit how it worked. They actually sat down and designed like a circuit schematic, and we quantified the process of electricity and things that go through it, and then somebody did us like you're lamenting that the scientific process works better than your feelings. It's ridiculous. Like,
A then imposes analytic thinking on its newly acquired subjects by establishing an analytic-focused school system. In this way, analytic thinking spreads and dominates more and more societies until it dominates the entire globe.
No, there's a reason why. It's because the quality of life improves for the people following that scientific route. Companies, governments, they all want people that are scientifically educated because it gets friggin' results. It actually does stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, why do we do science? Because it fucking works.
And the quality of life improves. People have better outcomes. All of this stuff is improved from our understanding of the world being correct, not from, we just feel like this will help, so we just do it. That doesn't lead anybody to anything noteworthy. But he's sort of lamenting that his feelings can't produce the same amount of results that technological progress can. Well, freaking duh, dude. I mean, but the idea that it's colonial in nature is not true. It's not true. And nobody forced science on people.
Also, like, Daniel, I'm sorry that, analytic thinking manages to produce better results than Islam, but 9 out of 10 times it appears to be true. I'm so sorry.
Once upon a time, Islam was compatible with analytic thinking, even some level of critical thinking. During that era, the Islamic mathematicians invented the concept of zero, or like the actual digit that we now use in math. It's very useful. In the 1100s, an Islamic engineer invented a steam engine. Like, they did a lot of cool shit way the hell ahead of their time because they used analytics. But then someone came along and decided, no, this is how you end up questioning a god. We can't have that.
Yeah.
You need to disregard all of that and just go with your fifis.
Well, there was a number of reasons for the collapse of the golden age of Islam. That definitely was among them, shifting of sort of religious ideologies. But there were a whole bunch of other reasons as well. If you do look into the history, it's usually not one thing. But yeah, it's kind of sad with everything that Islam has contributed that you get Islamic people sitting on a computer lamenting at how his feelings don't produce science.
And if our feelings did produce cool, like if we could just intuit, like I could just whip up a laptop, the best laptop ever, by just following my gut, that actually would be pretty good evidence for something supernatural happening, because clearly laws of physics are subservient to the will of an empowered being, you know?
Yeah.
And so I want you to bring this back and sort of realize where Matt can absolutely hand him his ass, because he can say, well, let's go back to the courtroom. What would a court look like where we used intuition rather than analytical thinking, right? What would that look like? What kind of a glorious, insufferable disaster would that be if you just got people up there and said, well, I feel like he's guilty, therefore he's guilty.
And also,
I feel like Daniel's guilty.
Just a side note, but still about a Matt, to Aunt Jer. True, Matt Powell doesn't currently advocate for child marriage, but I'm enough of a pessimist that I think if it made him more money, he might just do that. Again, I am a pessimist, but that's the feeling I get from a lot of young Earth creationists like him.
Yeah. Sadly, it's impossible to Google because there's so many people named Matt Powell who are pastors at so many churches.
But we all know the one Aunt Jer is referring to. Sadly.
Societies with the most extreme emphasis on analytic thinking win out. That's modern history in a nutshell. Researchers like Joseph Heinrich have explained this history in books like The Secret of Our Success. Now, the fact that analytic thinking can accelerate technology and growth, that sounds like a great thing. But the big question is, just because analytic thinking excels at producing technology, does that mean that maximizing it is better suited to determine truth? But there's
sorry. I'm sorry, but again, like, analytic thinking leads to technological improvement, which also tends to lead to betterment of most human lives. If Islam could do the same thing, we might go for Islam, but it just doesn't.
Or if adding intuition could help that along, it would be sort of, at least some form of evidence that intuition is helpful in discovering the truth, but it doesn't. What exactly has? What
he's
exactly
not even
has
arguing for
intuition?
Islam here.
Well, no, that's the point. He's arguing on a meta level, sort of. So how can you say there's evidence when you want empirical evidence or scientific evidence? He's kind of just trying to sort of say, hey, your evidence doesn't count because you want it to be analytical evidence instead of intuitive evidence. And I think that he has made a humongous blunder, because Matt could so easily show him that he doesn't use his intuition for anything important. When he wants to decide something, he doesn't trust his intuition, and nor should he.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't even go that route. I mean, he could argue that, and he could win on that one. But that's kind of like following the red herring down the goat trail or rabbit hole, or however you want to mix the metaphors. If I were in the same situation, I mean, first of all, I'd leave because, Daniel. But if I were to argue it, I would say, okay, let's take your situation, and for the sake of argument, let's explore that. Let's say it's true. You intuit Islam is true. I intuit it isn't.
Right.
If only there were some way we could determine which of these two viewpoints is actually correct. How might we possibly go about that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like also, like once you have enough humans, human behavior can be predicted on just statistical levels. And not just human behavior, human like well-being outcomes. Like we can see on a graph which decisions are better for the majority of a population. And on the whole, more religious-based decisions tend to be worse.
Well, I mean, we're not even getting into religion, which is crazy because this is compelling evidence for Islam. So we're not even getting into religions at this point. All we're getting into is evidence and sort of if there's a god being mentioned, it's more a deistic kind of nebulous idea of a god rather than any actual god. So not only are we not getting into Allah, the god of Islam, we're not getting into Islam, and the topic of the debate is compelling evidence for Islam, which is crazy.
Yeah, this is a thing that Hitch used to excel at, is he'd lay out in his opening statement, this is the topic. In order to accomplish this goal, my opponent has to demonstrate a God is possible, demonstrate that his God is the most possible, you know?
Right.
Daniel's shying away from all of it. His argument could be rock solid, but if he doesn't address the points he has to address, he still loses.
Well, I think that part of it is just him sort of dog whistling for his audience. He's going to try and beat the drum of, well, all of these atheists are sort of conquering the world with their analytical science, which, you know, there's no reason to believe is true. I think that part of it is he just wants to rile up his audience and sort of get them in a state where they're like, well, we're being picked on because our intuitions are not being accepted over the demonstrable science that atheists are providing. And it's sort of, well, yeah, because different people have different intuitions. And, you know, as we've gone through, different cultures will have different ideas on morality, different ideas on, you know, cannibalism, different ideas on all kinds of things. And as sort of Doc Dino said, how do you point out one's correct and the other isn't? Not to mention that he suspends his sort of analytical evaluation of things only for his religion and not for other things that he needs to find out are true or not true. So I think it is just an appeal to his audience, quite frankly.
There's another way to look at it. Atheists represent an extremist mode of thinking that results in maximizing GDP and military power. The reason that there are so many atheists today is not because the scientific...
No, it's also just the well-being of the population, which can be measured by different factors like longevity, survival rate past a certain age, well-being past a certain age, attainment of what you want to do with your life. Like, we can measure these results.
What Daniel doesn't understand, there's a number of competing factors in Western democracy that is going on, and one of them is capitalism. So yes, part of our technology does try to maximize GDP or productivity more accurately. This is, I mean, you can sort of argue and quibble over whether this is a good thing or a bad thing. Generally, having more productivity means that you can give people better lives. So, but that isn't just the only thing that's going on. Like you say, like things like medicine and sort of you know, getting medicine. It doesn't maximize GDP. That's not what it's for.
Yeah. Like
you know,
how many of the like what proportion of the population is living past the age of 5? That's a pretty good measure, because for most of human history, like 90% of the population died before the age of 2. So once you get above that, you're doing pretty good.
Well, I think that sort of as technologies progress, the sort of state of living and the benefits that are provided, you know, there isn't really an arguing with it, except, you know, Daniel wants to say, well, in the case of God, let's drop all of that and the efficacy of it and just go with intuition because I feel like it. You haven't actually provided any reason why we should drop analytical thinking in favor of this intuition. You haven't established it's more efficacious. You haven't established that it gets you to the truth better. He hasn't established any of that. He's just lamenting and complaining that his feelings don't get the same weight as empirical evidence, nor should it, quite frankly, which is weird. It's just weird.
Worldview is inherently compelling. Rather, maximizing analytic thinking allows you to invent nukes and tanks.
We'll now jump into the open dialogue. So this is for 40 minutes. We'll have open dialogue. If it gets to be too much and that there's too much speaking over each other, then I'll break it into 2 or 1 minute intervals. But let's give it a shot. Gentlemen, the floor is all yours.
So he just said, and you know, as much as I love James, he just said if it gets too much interrupting, we'll break it into sections. That doesn't happen. Just a spoiler alert. That doesn't happen, and there's a lot of interrupting going on. So yeah, I'm not sure why, but yeah, it gets furious. Wow,
I don't know. This is from
crazy.
Like I will go ahead and say this is my personal view, but James doesn't seem to explicitly go for super loud debates, let's say, but I mean, a good show is a good show.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose so. Some people love this stuff, and you know, I've watched it, you know, at least twice now. So I mean, you can't. Definitely something there.
Yeah.
Also, nukes and tanks.
Yeah, nukes and tanks. Apparently, that's all science is good for. Of course, that's not what we do science for.
Never mind medicine.
Science.
Medicine is intuition.
And I mean, I do have my criticisms of MDD, but they do raise a lot of money for charity, so
yeah, they certainly do.
Problems of
fully
analytic
criticize
reasoning. Where was the evidence for God? That was the entire first part. Was, is there evidence of God? And I didn't hear not only any objectively verifiable empirical evidence for God, I didn't even hear any intuitive evidence for God. Just a lot about the value of intuition and how, evidently, as an atheist, I'm all about military power, which I generally despise despite having done 8 years in the military. And that's not consistent with my secular humanism, and nothing that I could view as evidence of God.
No, the whole point was to question your standards.
That's what the subject of the debate.
Hey, I didn't interrupt you when you called what I said a diatribe. Let's try to be civil here.
I'm trying to be civil.
Then don't interrupt me.
Well, please don't interrupt. Interruption is
don't interrupt me.
Uncivil. Okay.
Yeah. So the whole point is that Daniel's trying to he's being very dishonest and sort of saying, hey, the debate is there compelling evidence for God? It's, do you have a standard for evidence, Matt, in particular, that can be applied across the board with intellectual consistency, which is not the standard. However, I kind of disagree with Matt that saying that he didn't present evidence. Look, he presented some of the worst evidence I've ever seen in my life. He presented his feelings, right? His intuitions, that there is feelings. That's what he presented. And that's where we want to get into the conversation of what is evidence? Like, is me intuitively feeling something evidence? Well, yeah, but it's really bad evidence. Like, it's not good.
I mean, maybe we should go through the panel. Like, how would you define just the word evidence? Not just in the debate, but in general. How would you define it?
Well, evidence is usually sort of some sort of fact that is in concordance with one conclusion over others, kind of thing, right? So it points to a conclusion. So my intuition is evidence because it points to one conclusion rather than any other conclusion. And it is a fact that I feel that way, right? So yeah, it's evidence. It's absolutely the worst evidence that you could ever put on the table. You're basically saying, well, I feel like this. Great.
It's so easy to sharpshooter fallacy with that, though. Like, one time my intuition was that, you know, my ex was cheating on me and I was right. Therefore, my intuition is trustworthy.
Correct. Yes. It's absolutely terrible evidence, like probably even worse than testimonial evidence, like really worse, because at least then you have a chain of, oh, well, they saw something or they experienced something. Intuition is really just, well, my gut feeling says this. It is literally the worst evidence you could ever appeal to.
So I hear what you're saying, Mark, but I think what you're talking about right there, I would probably categorize more as a claim. I would say that evidence is a facet of reality that is objectively verifiable, like an indisputable facet of reality from which you can derive different claims or conclusions which could be contradicted or verified by further evidence.
So, would you say that anecdotal evidence is evidence?
I would say that anecdotal evidence is more so a claim. Not, I would say it is separate from evidence. Like let's say you're at a crime scene and you find a bullet
No,
in the victim's skull.
Daryl, evidence
That is
is not
evidence.
a fact. Evidence is
However,
not a
you
fact.
could claim that person A put the bullet in the victim's brain or person B put it in the brain. Those would be claims, not evidence.
Yeah,
That
those
makes
are
sense.
hypotheses of the situation. To me,
Yeah.
evidence is a piece of information. It could be a fact, it could be something physical, it could be
Right.
any number of things, but it's a piece of information that, well, for lack of a better word, that it points towards a conclusion. It makes one conclusion seem more
Yeah.
probable. It isn't necessarily conclusive. It isn't necessarily open and shut. You may have contradictory pieces of evidence, or they only seem contradictory because the problem of deduction, the possibilities you have on the table are insufficient, and the real cause, to borrow the murders thing, it isn't on the table yet.
So I hear what
Yeah,
you're
so
saying, Ember.
I think that sort of when you're talking about evidence, even spectral evidence is evidence. I think that anecdotal evidence is evidence. What it is evidence of, sort of testimony. It's really bad evidence. I don't think I can sort of say it's why that often sort of Matt and myself and a lot of the other atheists will say, hey, it isn't enough to have evidence. It has to be good evidence. It has to be reliable evidence. Like you can have sort of anecdotal evidence out the wazoo. It doesn't matter. You need something reliable, and 10 million sort of bad evidences don't add up to be good evidence. They're just 10 million bad evidences. That isn't what happens. So,
Like, to use my prior example, like person A could have fired the bullet, or person B could have fired the bullet. But that isn't necessarily indicative that one or the other fired the bullet. Would that make sense?
Kind of. I
No.
mean, that's where you'd want that's the deductive scenario. Like, here are your two options on the table. Then you start gathering evidence to try to point towards one of those two possibilities, or to show that neither of them is correct. And you need to go back to the drawing board and come up with more hypotheses.
But
I guess from my point of view, evidence is just...
Well, hold on a sec, Doc. Hold on a sec.
Yeah.
What I'm trying to say is that if somebody wants to put out really weak evidence, that's in fact good for you in a debate. It's really good for you because you can point to other examples of people using the same methodology to get to conclusions that are absolutely horrifying. You can point to people using intuitions about someone breaking into their house to shoot family members. You can use instances of intuition used in court to convict innocent people. It's actually good for you that he went down this route. And so, like in a lot of my debates, and this is just my opinion, I'm not saying Matt did anything wrong. I'm saying what I would do is point out that following this to its logical conclusion, you would have a nightmare situation when anyone's gut reaction would just cause them to do these things, which would be horrible for society, horrible for the person, horrible for anybody involved. And it would be absurd. Like the courtroom, if we just decided who was guilty based upon intuition, absurd, absolutely absurd.
So,
unfortunately, in the US,
are you speaking from the point of view of the proponent or the opponent, Mark?
What do you mean?
Like I feel like you were just saying, if my opponent brought this up, then I could use this instead of like
No,
if
if my
my
opponent,
ally brought
if my
this up, I could use it to
no,
support
no,
my
no. If
point.
my opponent brought up that intuition is good evidence, that would be fantastic, because that opens up of what would be the outcomes of using intuition as evidence. What would that entail in our society? How would that be implemented? And the outcome is absurd. It would be whoever thought something, like if Daniel is locked himself out of his house and he tries to break back in, the cops just shoot him out of intuition. That's a good thing. That's exactly what they should do, because they can rely on that. No, we can't rely on that. We've got to have other things at work here.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Sure.
Okay, so what
I
I've
just
said in the
think you're
past,
viewing
and
it as the
what I've said in the past,
opponent.
is if your opponent wants to put a weak argument out there and follow that line of inquiry down, do not stop them. Let them do it.
Sure.
Because
I
these
agree.
kind of arguments, when you lead them down this chain, will always get to these absolutely absurd situations. And Daniel here is no different.
So I guess I'm trying to view his argument as someone who is on his side, a fellow proponent of his ideas. You seem to be viewing it more as an opponent.
No, I'm
to
just
his
putting
ideas.
myself in Matt's shoes. Like if somebody
Yeah.
brought up this intuitive evidence thing, I wouldn't sort of say, hey, you didn't provide any evidence. I would say, okay, let's look at the evidence that you provided, or what you claim to be good evidence, which is, that intuitions can be good evidence. Is that true? And that is quite clearly not true. There is, when you use intuition, you have more of a chance to be wrong than you do to be right. And even at the best case scenario, you kind of have a 50-50 chance when using those intuitions. It's not a good way to evaluate things. So him doing that, he leaves a massive gap there to investigate. And that's why I sort of brought up the courtroom, because if you can say, hey, should we allow intuitions to be, like if you were in a like if I was talking to Daniel in Matt's shoes, I would say, okay, you're in a courtroom, you're obviously Muslim. Should the person in the courtroom who has an intuition that they don't trust Muslims, should that be something they should rely on?
Okay. So
right.
Sorry, I think
so
we're
should
agreeing.
they
I think
convict
I'm
you
just
over
not putting
nothing but their Doc, should they convict you over nothing but the intuition that they shouldn't trust Muslims? Of course not.
No.
That's not a good way to get to the truth. I think that and sort of, so I think that this is a case where Matt could have, Matt's his own guy. He does, like I said, I'm not going to tell him that he did anything wrong. He certainly didn't. But me, I would have followed him down this chain of thought, because it leads to absurdity.
Yes, and sorry, I apologize. I think we are agreeing. I'm just not putting my thoughts out there very well. But I agree with what you're saying.
Okay. Yeah, and I agree, Sanat Mami. Physical evidence always outweighs circumstantial. Yeah, it's why we rely on forensic
for sure.
evidence. That's why I wish he brought the courtroom analogy back in, because he could have pummeled Daniel with that. If we just have a courtroom that decides whether Muslims are guilty or innocent based upon their intuition, how's that going to work out for you, mate? You're going to feel real good about that one? I think we should try and get rid of intuition, because it does color our perceptions of things.
So as I was saying, the whole point of this opening is to question your standards of evidence. If you want to say that, well, there's no scientific evidence, when we do experiments and open the microscope and look at in the beaker, we don't see God, then I can concede that. So what's the point of that point that your opening was about? My opening was to take the discussion to a higher level of what are our standards? What is our...
Yeah, higher level. So he's basically going into meta, which is insanely dishonest. So he just admits that he's being dishonest, that he wasn't interested in the actual subject of the debate. What he's interested in is debating whether scientific evidence is evidence, which he should have asked for that debate. I'm pretty sure Matt would have agreed to that.
But what I really love, the higher level thing, jokes about, Daniel's high, all right, etc., and all notwithstanding, he breezed past basically conceding the debate. He said, Matt says we can't do an experiment and find God in a test tube. Okay, I concede that. But what I'm trying to do is bring the debate to a higher level. You just conceded that we cannot find evidence of your God.
Well, that's assuming that scientific evidence is the only evidence, right? So what he's sort of saying is that, is scientific the only evidence? No, we have intuitive evidence, and this is what he's trying to point out. And so, I mean, I could be convinced that intuition isn't evidence. I think I could be convinced of that. But at the very minimum, I would say it is disastrously, horrendously bad evidence for believing anything. So yeah, I think that he is being incredibly dishonest in the way that he's conducting himself. Because if he wants to debate, is intuitions a good form of evidence? Should we use intuitions to evaluate the claim of God? That would be the debate, but that's not what he agreed to. But he's trying to make it seem like, oh, well, all I need is intuitive evidence. I would probably follow him down that, because it is an absurd position. But that's just me, you know.
Yeah, no, I agree. That is pretty absurd.
Well, I think that sort of, you know, and some of the times when I've started debate, that kind of thing really annoyed me, you know, really annoyed me. But I think that sometimes somebody bringing up something completely like this, like doing meta, is sometimes, it's a very, very hard thing to say, but sometimes it's really good, because they will actually reveal something that they can't justify and they can't demonstrate. So in order to consider this evidence good evidence, you would have to in some way demonstrate that intuitions can be relied upon. Good luck with that. It's not up to Matt to prove that intuitions can be reliable. It's up to him to prove that science can be reliable, and he certainly can do that. That's not a problem. As you know, Daniel sits there and uses all of his computers and internet and, you know, microphone and stuff. That's very easily done.
I mean, it can be my intuition that aiming 5 degrees down will hit the target square in the center. But then I let loose the arrow and it hits the dirt. Your intuition can be very wrong.
You got to feel the target, Doc.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's a sort of fine line between what sort of intuition and what sort of muscle memory and repeated behavior, and sort of you have this sort of instinctive behavior when you've done things enough, but that comes from training. That's not intuitive. Yeah, I think there's sort of differences there, and Matt pointed that out at the start. He sort of said, is repeated behavior and learning intuition? And no, it's not. So intuitions are things that seem true to us from the get-go, without any prior training or background or research or anything like that. Which is true. It's just, it's not very accurate. That's all.
Epistemology. You're assuming a atheistic epistemology that I don't accept, and the most people in history and even today don't accept. That's point number one. As opposed to
ad populum. I mean, Matt pointed out the ad populum in his opening. He should have. Well, I think he should have, you know, pulled it back up. Said, "Hey, that's ad populum. That's just saying, hey, what is true for the most people is true, and that we know that to be false." Because a lot of people in history have been wrong about a great number of things. At one point in history, everybody knew the 4 humors of medicine was right, and they were wrong. All of them, every single one of them was wrong. So you can't use an argument from popularity. It is clownish, and that's exactly what he's doing. I just wish Matt.
The ghosts in my blood agree.
Yeah, the look on Matt's face is like, why am I not debating the subject? I personally would focus on more nailing the guy than you know, worrying about the topic as such. But that's just me.
I'm also curious, what exactly is an atheistic epistemology? Like, to me, epistemology is how we get to the conclusion that atheism is more rational or more likely or whatever. How do you have an atheistic epistemology if it's the epistemology that gets you to the atheism?
Well, I mean, I think that there's sort of multiple different epistemologies you can use to justify things. I think that he's sort of saying, hey, the atheistic one is sort of one where you're conceding materialism and naturalism and things like that. Probably an inaccurate way to describe it, but I kind of get what he's saying.
So
it feels
sorry.
like a low-key straw man kind of thing. Like I'm going to brand
Yeah, you're probably right.
epistemology as atheistic so that I can say that epistemology is itself biased and therefore an unreliable way to reach truth.
Yeah, I
Intuition
see what you're saying.
doesn't have biases.
Yeah, epistemology is kind of epistemology. There's no one for atheists and one for theists. It's kind of, how we justify what. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. It's kind of, it's kind of sneaky, isn't it? What a douchebag.
Mm-hmm.
So,
he's a slimy bugger.
So sort of playing, Satan's lawyer here. Can you train your intuition, though, so it might be more accurate than, say, a layman?
In very specific circumstances.
Yeah.
Like, we'll continue to use the police force analogy. A detective could, through experience, develop kind of a sense for when a person is being deceptive. And they may be picking up on unconscious body language cues or micro expressions or other kinds of tells. But to them, it's an intuition.
Okay, yeah, fair. Or, like, to use the prior archery example, like, yeah, when I angle the shot up a little bit, I always get a little more distance, and that should put me on target. Like, I would trust the intuition of a master archer in that specific example more than I would someone who just picked up a bow for the first time.
Yeah, but that sort of comes down to what is intuition anyway. And if intuition is just you applying your experience, then there's no reason to think that because of intuition God exists, kind of thing, or that intuition is accurate. Because if you're just, how can you apply intuition of doing something when the claim is that a God exists and your intuition says yes? Well, haven't you been learning about God all your life? Like, why would we be surprised if your intuition says yes? You've been told that all your life. Like, that becomes completely uninteresting and sort of well, yeah, of course you would think that. If you're told that there's a boogeyman all your life, your intuition would probably say there's a boogeyman all your life. So I don't think he's sort of trying for that sort of description of intuition, like it is a repeated learned behavior causes you to be able to use a gut feeling in that way. I don't think he's trying to appeal to that because it undermines his own point.
Sure, understandable. I just thought I might bring it up.
As for evidence of intuitions that people believe in God, we'll talk about it in the next part of the debate, but this is something that's established. There's a natural theology that is established within the cognitive science of religion.
Okay, so here I'm using cognitive science of religion. Cognitive science of religion says none of the things that he ascribes it to. Cognitive science of religion basically tries to explain why we attribute things to a god, why we anthropomorphize things, right? From spirituality to current sort of thing. It doesn't say there is a god. It doesn't. And he tries to claim that's what it said. No, not in the slightest. He really is liberating these terms to use for his own ends, which is just crazy.
I'm saying, I don't think I've ever heard that term before.
Cognitive science of religion, yeah, definitely is something that exists, but I don't think they go into whether a god in fact exists or doesn't exist. It's more to explain why we cognitively have these beliefs in things. So what's the cognitive process behind religion, right? Now, it could be that there's a god and that's all justified, but that's not what the field says. That isn't the consensus in the field. The consensus in the field that we seem to have this need or this inclination to anthropomorphize sort of what happens, like bushes rustling and the sun rising and things like this. We try to ascribe that to things rather than natural events, but that doesn't mean that is true. And they're not saying that it's true, but he, of course, takes out of the science what he wants, misrepresents it, and then claims not only the papers agree with him, but the entire field agrees with him, which is a level of dishonesty that is sort of way beyond any Christian I've heard, because he's a douchebag.
About spirit beings, they have intuitions about a purpose to creation, they have intuitions about there being an afterlife. These are all things that are established within the cognitive science of religion.
Yeah, we have intuitions about UFOs. We have intuitions about flat Earth. We have intuitions about Bigfoot. We have I don't get, and you know, I'm not being harsh on Matt, but why isn't he going back to exactly what he said in his openings, where people believe in the Farmer's Almanac, people believe in all these things? They're all intuitive things. They're not correct. They're wrong. You know, you can have intuitions about all kinds of things. Show they are right. But he sort of doesn't want to engage on this topic. I can't say I blame him because it wasn't the topic, but I would probably follow down this and say, hey, why don't you trust your intuition for anything else? Why don't you trust your intuition on medicine? Why don't you trust your intuition on crossing the road? Why don't you trust your intuition on any of these things? Why do we need to train people to fly a plane? Why can't we just let them do it intuitively? You know, why is all of the when all of the things that we're doing that are important, why is it it's only religion where we should implement just our intuition and ignore the other evidence? Because it's just religion that he believes this on, and that's what I'd probably point out.
I want to fly a 747. You will let me know.
Yeah, I'll just use my intuition. It's a good way to die. Like, it's a good way to get yourself unalived. Relying on your intuition to tell you stuff. We teach kids, you know, I don't know, but we teach them in Australia how to spot a rip. We don't just use our intuition to sort of go, a rip's a current that can drag you out to sea, by the way, if you don't know.
Oh, a riptide?
Yeah, riptide. We don't tell them, hey, just use your intuition and just wander in there. However you feel would be fine. No, that's not how we tell people how to, you know, we say, hey, look for this, associate this with it. And so that's where I'd be going with it. But obviously Matt is very mad. And I think that Daniel's entire plan is to get Matt mad. I don't think he's here for a debate.
So, sorry, side tangent curiosity. How do you recognize a riptide at a surface? Because as far as I know, like, it's something you only rarely recognize once you're in it.
Yeah, so when the waves are... so the whole idea of a riptide is the currents dragging out, right? So you'll see waves on one side, waves on the other, and they'll curve, right? So the waves will curve. There'll also be a lot of churning up, so a lot of sand being churned up. And that's where the riptide is, because the sand will be flowing out. So it's usually a discrepancy between the wave patterns and an amount of silt being thrown up that will, you know, you want to avoid that area kind of thing.
Interesting. I never heard that. All I ever heard was, like, if you get caught in a riptide, just let yourself be carried out, because you'll expend much less energy than you will fighting against it. Because they usually only go like
swim perpendicular to the shore.
Yes, that's probably the one you should do. So if you're
parallel
carried
to the
out,
shore. Don't listen to me. I have a
That too. Sorry.
Yeah,
I forgot.
Well, the problem is, and it depends on a lot of different things. So this is what we teach kids. If the rip is very big, letting yourself be dragged out is sometimes a bad move, right? Because if it drags you out a long way, you may or may not make sure. So a lot of it depends on how strong a swimmer you are, how confident you are. So swimming perpendicular is a good way if you're a strong swimmer, because it will still be dragging you out. That's actually good. What we kind of say in most circumstances is that you swim on a diagonal. And the reason why that's diagonally away from the shore kind of thing is because then you can use the power of the rip in sort of use it to a degree to move out of the rip kind of thing. So if you swim away from the shore at a diagonal, you'll probably be using the rip to get you sideways and out of the rip. So that can help kind of thing. But yeah, if you're a strong swimmer, you can go sideways. If you're a very, very weak swimmer, it may be the best thing to do to just sit in the rip, because, you know, you don't want to expend energy. And if the rip's particularly small, you can just sit in it all you want, and it'll just swim around it kind of thing.
I mean, like, also if you're wearing floaties, just fucking scream your lungs out.
blow your special whistle or what have you. But
well, actually,
just don't like tire yourself out swimming
Yes,
directly
yes,
against
yes.
it is the main
As
thing.
far as I know, the universal symbol for assistance is raising your right hand above your head and waving it back and forward is the universal sign of assistance. Don't yell. You'll expend
I've
your
heard it's both arms.
Well, Doc, just a
Like,
second,
both
mate. Just
arms are
don't step in
needed.
over me. Doc. So if you yell,
Sorry.
you will exhaust yourself and not be able to breathe. Breathe. Don't panic. Raise your right hand and wave it over your head. It's the universal sign of assistance. Any surf lifesavers seeing it will jump into action. Just do that. Don't yell. Nobody's going to hear you if you're that far out to sea. Just wave that hand.
Did Dr. T strike again?
Yes, we have more
Did he?
Dr. T.
Dr. T dropped back in.
memberships.
You
to
have
cause me
got
more
to add
grief.
more emojis.
I know. I'm sorry. I got to do a tangent emoji. I have to. I've got to.
Absolutely.
Do
Absolutely.
that. It's so
Speaking of
necessary.
tangents, we have to take a minute to congratulate Al Trucker, not only on his I think he's doing his 20 subscriber stream tomorrow, but he got published. He is now a published contributor to Science. Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, like officially? That's not just a meme?
Yeah.
Wow,
I'll put the
congrats,
link in the
Al.
chat again.
Oh yeah, let me.
Dang. Good for you, man.
I gotta read. I might not understand it, but I will read it, Al. I promise. That's awesome, mate. I couldn't be happier. That is amazing.
Yeah, awesome.
Oh, I'm so
Science
happy for you.
Well, let's get some hearts in the chat because that is a milestone.
Yeah, absolutely.
Very well done.
Absolutely. Congratulations.
I'm doing my best.
Okay, let's go on. Well, that's enough about like sort of surf life saving and yeah, they teach Australians about rip currents in elementary school. That is so true. Like it's incredible because everybody's on the coast, so it's actually insane. But my point is that they don't just say, "Hey, just feel it." No, we've got to teach people these things. It's way better. So I'd hit him with
as
that
a side
stuff,
note, like of course you do. Everything's trying to kill you down there.
Yeah.
Come on,
even the water
Not
wants you dead.
No, not everything. The people are nice.
Are
They
you
don't wanna kill
sure?
you. Yeah.
It seems to be pretty
pause for
close
me?
to everything.
Well, at least unlike America, the people aren't trying to kill you and the cops aren't trying to kill you. So,
Well, okay,
That's a plus.
fair.
And the
Yeah,
weather and yeah.
The weather can be pretty harsh, but that's okay. Let's go.
Cool. So
Like
I
the
wanted to do a
most
debate
poisonous
on
snake I
Islam
have to
versus
deal
secular
with is
humanism and which
a
one's better for the world.
cottonmouth. How many do you have to worry about? Like 5?
Yeah, tons. That's okay. Mostly tiger snakes, but
But Daniel didn't want that. And then James kept coming back to me with potential topics for a debate. And I pointed out various problems with them and everything else. And then finally I gave up. And just the 3 different topics that he wanted over 3 hours is what I agreed to. And so I'm given a list of topics. And topic 1 is there evidence of God? I rest my case because he just said that the entire purpose of his opening was to question my epistemology. I am irrelevant, and my epistemology is irrelevant to whether or not there is evidence of God. And if you demand that the first hour be on is there evidence for God, and you do not address that topic and admit that instead you've decided to go with a different topic, you have defaulted, and I rest my case.
Okay, I don't mind him pointing out that. Absolutely, Matt should point that out. He's been incredibly deceptive, incredibly douchebaggery. He's basically changed the topic sort of in the debate intentionally, so he doesn't actually have to address the evidence question. I think it's more than fair that he point that out. I would probably still go down the route because he's trying to use intuition as evidence. Okay, let's see where that goes. I would probably do that. But, Matt doesn't have time. I guess I've got a way higher tolerance for bullshit than Matt does.
Sure.
So, but yeah, he's right to point this out. That's exactly what Daniel's done. And he's done it on purpose. That's the worst part.
Like
he's trying to say,
might, or I definitely would explore it, but I would call it out too.
Oh yeah, I know. I think he needs to call it out and needs to say, hey, this guy, did all of these things. But Daniel is playing a game where he's trying to pander to his audience by, oh, Matt couldn't, so refusing to discuss the topic, saying it allows Daniel to go, well, Matt couldn't address the evidence of intuition kind of thing. Matt couldn't discuss that. He wouldn't discuss it because he's afraid that intuition is evidence. That's why I would discuss, is intuition evidence, or at least evidence that we should listen to? Because, I think that Daniel is relying on Matt to say, no, I'm not even, unless we're talking about empirical evidence, I don't care, to say, oh, Matt couldn't actually address the evidence, even though I brought it up, which is a real dishonest thing to do because he set it up like that. But, I don't think Daniel's got any compunction to being dishonest. I don't think it worries him in the slightest.
So where's the evidence that the external world exists?
That's not the subject of the debate.
Yeah, so that's solipsism, right? So he's basically trying to say, hey, you can't be absolutely sure the world exists. Yeah, no shit.
Yeah, what's your
So
point?
We still have evidence that it exists. Empirical evidence. It's called our senses. I mean, what a numbnuts.
I want to know, like, your standards of evidence for God, do they have any meaning outside of that particular question in the very specific way that you've defined it to set the debate up in your favor? Is there anything else that is scientifically verifiable, like the external world?
Yes.
Like the principle of non-contradiction? Please give me the evidence, the objectively verifiable evidence that the law.
The principle of non-contradiction is not externally verifiable. That's why it's a presupposition.
Yes, correct.
I dare say Daniel doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about anything.
No, he's gotten this off some precepts and some Christian apologists that are kind of, as I was saying, like, we have the law of non-contradiction. He's currently using it, right? Like, so Daniel's sort of, this is where you can point out the incredible hypocrisy, and this is the line I would go down. If it's not reliable and it doesn't exist, why are you using it right now? Like, why are you relying on it? Doesn't that validate my using it if you're using it too? He wants his cake and eat it too. He wants to say, hey, you're using the law of non-contradiction, but I'm not going to allow you to use that. I hate to break it to you, Daniel, you're using it right now. Because when you say something is true, you're basically saying, hey, something is true as opposed to false. It can't be true and false at the same time. So if you don't want to use the law of non-contradiction, then I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, because it could be both true and not true. Like, the entire thing is couched in that this has to be a thing. But Daniel wants to say, hey, you've got no justification for it, except that you're validating it. You're using it, Daniel. But this is sort of so meta. He's just using this thing he's seen off Christians without actually understanding it.
I mean, hey, would you rather have one piece of cake or two pieces of cake?
Well, without the law of non-contradiction, it could be both. Like, this is the thing, you eliminate those laws of logic. You can't even have a coherent thought anymore, right? You can't put into practice anything. You can't think about anything. It's impossible. Because when you say cake without the law of identity, what do you mean by cake?
I mean, I guess I mean Chicago-style deep dish pizza.
Well, the law of identity secures everything that is a cake, all the properties that cake possesses, right? And nullifies all of the properties that cake does not possess. So, for instance, it's made of rocks. It nullifies that. It is how we think about our world, that when I ascribe a label as cake, that has certain things that are associated with it and gets rid of everything not associated with it. Now, the problem is that if you think cake and you're not using the law of identity, that could literally be anything. It could be a wallet. It could be a phone. It could be a gerbil. Who knows? It could be literally anything. The whole point is that it is necessary to use these logical laws in order to have any coherency in your thoughts. you will automatically use them. And he's trying to say, oh, well, that intuition says that intuitions are accurate. No, it doesn't. It just shows that the laws of logic are necessary. That's all it does. And they keep working. So when it doesn't work, we will find something else, but it continues to work. So we use it. This man.
I mean, hey, fair enough. Fair enough.
But you're basically saying, hey, you can't demonstrate the laws of logic while he's demonstrating they have to be used. That's the hypocrisy of it. That's the insanity of it. He's using them, questioning Matt using them. That's the stupidity of this argument.
Mm-hmm. I mean, hey, to be fair, I said I was Satan's lawyer. I never said I was a good lawyer.
Right.
That's not the subject of this debate either. And after being accused of setting this up so that it would be easy for me to win, after acknowledging he chose these topics that I did not want to address, and now it turns out that he also does not want to address, I don't know what to do. James?
No, there's plenty of evidence. There's plenty of if you ask people
Start
for
presenting.
evidence, if you ask people for evidence of God, they will point to their sense that God exists. They will point to their sense that when they look at the world, they see it as being created by a supreme being for a purpose. When you ask people about any number of things that are not scientific, they will have a tendency to answer in specific ways. These are studied within the cognitive science of religion and psychology generally. If you ask people for evidence of the external world or basic arithmetic propositions, there's a tendency to answer in consistent ways in a universal fashion. What this tells us is that the human mind has a certain structure, it works in a certain way. And we have to understand the human mind in order to ask questions about morality, religion, aesthetics, logic, mathematics, all of these, science, right? Empirical data, all of these things have to be understood.
Yeah, but what you're talking about is analyzing it. If you're asking questions, you're not using intuition. So why? If intuition's so great, why are you then saying, well, we have to study and understand it? Why? Why not just use your intuition? Because it doesn't tell you anything.
Yeah, there's so much wrong with what he said. Like math, for example. Yeah. No, you don't have to understand the human mind in order to understand mathematics. A computer, which has no knowledge of psychology, can understand mathematics.
Right.
Like, oh my goodness. And to his central red herring, lots of people think that the universe must have been created with a purpose, but they all have a different idea of who created it and what the purpose is. So what do we get from that? It's not helpful in finding the fucking truth.
Yeah, I mean, Norse think that the frost giant Ymir was killed and the world was formed of his bones and stuff. There's a tribe in Africa that thinks that a god threw up the world. How does that work? Like, how do we reconcile that with God creating it, kind of thing? That it was vomited forth by a god with a stomach ache. How do we reconcile those two?
Well, we all know that the universe was created by Nil, the great not god and creator of creator gods, who created the creator gods, who created the universe. Well, they were eaten by Lisa the rainbow giraffe, who then pooped out the universe. But details.
Oh, details.
I mean, also, like, if you're not up to date on Ymir, then you need to read more Attack on Titan.
Different Ymir. Although we had the voice of that Ymir at the Comic Con I run in Watertown. Not this year, but the previous year. Yeah.
Oh, that's fine.
I haven't watched Attack on Titan since, like, I think season 1 or 2. I don't know. I just didn't keep.
Oh, you should catch up on it. It's only gotten better. It's only gotten better.
Okay. All right.
So it's not irrelevant to the debate. It's actually a core first step of being able to debate evidence for anything, let alone evidence for God.
So what we just heard was that if you ask people, they'll tell you that they believe in a God. Some of them may even say they intuit it. I'm still asking, I'm still waiting for a demonstration of evidence for God. That's evidence that people believe in God. And if you just said, hey, I want to debate whether or not people believe in God, I'd say, why would we do that? I clearly agree that people believe in God. I used to believe in God, but I didn't do it necessarily because of intuition, although some people might do it for intuitional reasons. Some people might think that they're doing it for good evidence reasons. But when I found out that I didn't have good evidence, and when I found out that intuitions could be wrong, and if you're going to have intuitions about, oh, I don't know, whether or not the restaurant's going to be busy, that's probably based on past experience and data that you're just using your gut to assess. And so what you're describing is potentially intuition there isn't actually intuition, but it's based on data. but we don't have any data that I'm aware of for God. We don't have any evidence that I'm aware of for God. You haven't presented any, and that's the subject of the first hours of debate.
Intuitions are evidence. Intuition.
Yeah, this is the crux of the matter. He thinks that intuitions are evidence. I kind of agree with him, but they are the worst, most terrible evidence you could possibly rely on, and we can certainly demonstrate that.
Yeah,
So I have a
feelings are
tendency to agree
evidence.
with him. Right, my
Spectral
feelings are evidence.
spectral evidence is evidence.
Correct.
The
It's terrible
the
evidence.
500 eyewitnesses we never actually get to hear from directly in the Bible are evidence. It's bad evidence. It won't
Right.
convince
Hearsay.
anyone of anything, but it's
Hearsay
technically
is
evidence.
Yeah,
Mhm.
technically it is. So I think here that Daniel's right. It is evidence, and I would probably sort of so Matt sort of saying, "Hey, that's not evidence," plays into his narrative, and don't forget he's trying to create a narrative here. He's trying to create the West builds guns and bombs and kills us because he's got a very sort of fundamentalist crowd behind him, and they won't even acknowledge that our evidence kind of thing.
Yeah. Like to me, the minimum standard of evidence is to steal from Earl in the chat. Someone else has to have the ability to falsify them, like to verify that the thing they're indicating is actually, real.
Well, I mean, yeah, but I think that anecdotal evidence is really hard to falsify as well. Yeah,
Oh yeah, and that's why we tend not to believe it. Like when the politician gets on the
Sure.
stage and says, "I was talking to a lady today," says, "I'm so glad you stomped down on the unions because that was making it so hard for my husband to find work." Or, the pastor gets up and says, I was talking to a lady this morning who says, I'm so glad you drove all the witches out of our congregation because they were making my calves be born with two heads." Like,
Right.
people pretty much assume that anecdotes are shit that never happened.
Well, yeah, but are they evidence? And you'd have to say yes, they are. But should they be believed? Absolutely not. Do they have any weight at all? Sometimes they do. Sometimes anecdotal evidence does have weight. If
Emotional weight, yes.
Well, it depends on the credibility of the person making it. Like, so if a police officer says something, it's usually believed in court, and sometimes shouldn't be. But sort of credibility goes a long way towards whether somebody is believed or not on their anecdotal evidence. And I'm not saying it should be like that.
And you could make it stronger by, instead of saying what the random person who talked to said, bring the random person up and have them speak for themselves. Like if they say, "No, I never said that," now it's falsifiable.
Well, yeah.
I mean, if your anecdotal evidence cannot be backed up by physical evidence, I don't feel like it has much place.
Well, no, I agree. And that's why I think it's such an opportunity to ask what other intuitive evidence should we use for Daniel to make decisions.
Yeah, if intuition was good evidence, then Daniel should be a professional gambler. He should go to Las Vegas and be like, "I feel like the dice are going to come up 7 this time." And if it were good evidence, he'd win every fucking roll.
But, here's a simple question for anyone who has any siblings. Has your brother / sister ever said you were the one that knocked over the vase? And it was really them.
Hey, that's why we
that's
have another
evidence.
axiom.
Sure.
Every accusation is a confession.
Yeah, it's bad evidence. That's what I'm saying. But just sort of ignoring that it's evidence is playing into Daniel's narrative that they're being excluded from the conversation and they've got bombs and tanks just attacking them, kind of thing. It's what he wants to do. He wants to set it up as an us versus them mentality, that atheists are trying to destroy Islam and destroy all of them. And we get onto more about that when he mentions a whole bunch of things. But I feel like sort of just dismissing what he's claiming to be evidence is playing into that narrative.
So I get what you're saying, and I'm trying to think this out as I say it, but is there sort of a threshold under which a piece of evidence can be discarded without
Well, sure, if it's falsified, absolutely.
without showing too much bias.
Absolutely.
guess.
We discard evidence when it's falsified, right? So when we have, and that's my whole point, that if you have all these instances where people have used intuition and they're wrong again and again and again, which, you know, throughout history, intuition has performed very poorly. You can show that intuition is not a reliable way to evaluate evidence. It's just not. So,
I mean,
you know, we would
yeah.
falsify the idea that evidence is reliable.
Sure.
I mean, also you can go with history of reliability.
Oh, go ahead.
Like if a thing has proven itself unreliable time and time again, like, you know, Daniel, then any claims presented by it or even evidence would be given a lower weight because it's rarely reliable. Yes, exactly. And exactly the same thing is true of intuition.
Are evidence. Just because you don't accept them, that doesn't mean that they're not evidence. There are different types of intuitions. I didn't say all intuitions are equally compelling. There are some intuitions that are so compelling that no one has questioned them for most of human history, like the intuition that there's an external world, for example, or the intuition regarding the law of non-contradiction, certain moral intuitions, like it is wrong to harm people. People have universally had this intuition. Why? Because every moral system, every religion that we see.
I think we've addressed this already, but that's not a universal by any means. I mean, 9/11 happened. It's not universal to not harm people, period.
And tribalism is a thing we used to fight like constantly. In fact, the Old Testament has us fighting constantly. All of the tribes back then. That's sort of what happened. It's not a moral, intuitive thing.
Yeah, which I haven't made the dude a clip yet, but that Bless God Studios guy, we need laws because that's, well, I have to paraphrase because it's not what he said. We need laws because these things aren't universal.
And I mean, also, like, you know, Satan's lawyer once again, but Ember, first off, I will say I absolutely agree 9/11 did happen. But did 9/11 happen as they say?
Oh, get out of here. Get out of here. That's rude.
This principle in it, implicitly or explicitly, that it is wrong to harm people without reason. That is evidence of its truth insofar as the human mind is capable of accessing the truth. That's the point. And the belief in God is also one of these very strong intuitions that human beings have that they develop from childhood. So that is evidence. You don't accept it as evidence. That's my point.
Boy, have I got some surprises for you. Daniel seems to think that nobody's questioned reality. I don't evidently you've never heard of solipsism. And
for most of history was.
Are you interrupting me again?
Yeah, and this is what he does. He's there to make Matt angry, so he's going to try. So as soon as he goes down the solipsism route, he doesn't want to talk about it because as soon as you start going down solipsism, you're into absurd. Like, you know, I've asked people, are you sure you want to go down this route? Are you sure? Because God doesn't solve solipsism. It just doesn't. It makes it worse. So, you know, people toss out this kind of stuff without realizing the ramifications of doing so. So Matt's about to school him on solipsism, which he says no one's ever considered before.
What's good for the goose? Solipsism, and the study of this within philosophy, is something that is robustly argued all over. It's almost argued more than whether or not atheists can be rocks or whether or not tacos are sandwiches. Solipsism is the issue of, can we trust? And do we know that the outside world that we think is the outside world that we experience, is it the real true world? And as far as I'm aware, there is no solution to the problem of hard solipsism. But when you say that people's intuitions about God count as evidence, as I was pointing out, whether you're going to have objectively verifiable facts or objectively verifiable empirical evidence or not, at a minimum, the evidence that you demonstrate someone's intuition, if you want to claim that's evidence, you have to make a demonstration to show how that intuition is consistent with a specific God concept and excludes other God concepts, and how we can demonstrate that it is probably correct. And you haven't done any of that. You've just asserted that people have intuitions about God and that we shouldn't dismiss them. I didn't say we should.
Sorry, you've asserted from the beginning in your opening statement that the route, I think you used the word route.
So this is him sort of saying, hey, well, I'm not arguing for Allah. I'm arguing for a God. This is the the sort of it's a Mott and Bailey where he retreats to a stronger position once he gets called out. I think that's why he wanted compelling evidence for a god, because then he can sort of go, well, I'm not talking about Allah, I'm talking about any god. It's this real sort of,
but that doesn't really help. Like, okay, any
the overall
god,
topic is
not
Islam true, so.
every god.
I mean, also, why are you arguing as the Muslim apologist then? Like, you
I
could be
think
an
he's not
apologist
Muslim.
for
Yep.
any god. Just, I don't.
Well,
Personal
it
gripe.
allows him to move back to an easier to defend position. It's not the position that they're currently discussing, but it's easier to defend than is Allah real, because then you've got to actually sort of say, well, a lot of people have intuitions about Yahweh or Shiva or Thor or, you know, all of these other ones. So he's trying to lump them all in and say, hey, people have had intuitions about a god. That means a god exists. But the intuitions have been contradictory. That's the problem. Sometimes they see spirits, which is sort of a more animism kind of thing. Or sometimes they see, you know, a monotheistic god. Sometimes they see a pantheistic god. So how do we reconcile all these different intuitions into finding us which god, if any, are in fact true? And he doesn't have an answer for that. But what he's doing is he's retreating to, oh, but any god at all. So a god must exist because a intuition about a god shows that there's some things that are intuitive.
Yeah, but that doesn't work, because if you're going to try to advocate for any god, and the gods, many of them are mutually exclusive, like, you know, Islam says there is no god but Allah, then either he has to renounce being a Muslim, or he can't advocate for any other god without being a heretic and having to stone himself to death, ostensibly.
Apparently so, yeah.
So side note, I just realized, I don't know if Islam has a heaven or hell. Do they have a heaven or hell?
Yes.
It's sort of. It's complicated,
paradise,
but yeah.
Yeah, they have a paradise, and they have sort of the seven hells based upon the Torah and Judaic sort of principles. So they definitely do. Yes.
Like I just realized, I always took that for granted, and I never looked into it.
Yeah, they definitely have paradise, like, you know, some sort of reward after you're dead. That's certainly a thing.
So then if my grandmother says she saw her mother, like her mother's ghost, why wasn't her mother's ghost in either heaven or hell? Can Islam explain that?
Yeah, I mean, personal experience, intuition. I saw a ghost. It looked like my mother, therefore
it must be.
It was, and therefore neither heaven nor hell can actually exist, because if spirits are still here on Earth, then, you know.
Well,
Dr. Tapioca Weasel going crazy over here.
Yeah,
with
sorry,
five
sweet
more.
Jeebus.
Yeah.
Sorry, Tapioca has given 15 different subscriptions this stream. Going by his own numbers, that's $45. Holy crap.
We've got Ayub was gifted a membership. Robin Page was gifted a membership. Damien Cosmic was gifted a membership. Fenton Mully, hello Fenton, was gifted a membership. Super Critical Snake was gifted a membership. So give all your thanks to Dr. Tapioca Weasel. He is a scholar and a saint, and has a marvelous personality that I love. So thank you so much.
Praise the Weasel.
I really, do praise the Weasel. Thank you so much, and I appreciate it. Someone is pointing out that we've made it like 15 minutes through this debate in 3 hours, and I'm very conscious of that. So I'm going to try and speed up. 3 people analyzing is probably a bit too many, but we will press on.
This kind of scientific analytic investigation. What do you want? You asserted that. So why can't you just justify that? Why can't you tell us why we should accept that standard?
Because the first hour of this debate is not, is Matt's epistemology sound? Is there evidence?
Yes, it is. The whole debate.
No, it's not.
The whole debate is
no, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not.
Yes.
We're making such great progress.
Remember that they were saying like we would do intervals if it got like talking over the top of one another. This would probably count, you know. And no, that isn't the topic of the debate. Matt's epistemology is not the topic of the debate. You don't need
obviously not. Yeah.
Yeah.
So if I ever decide I am just done with MDD, I'm absolutely taking this clip to show why. I'm going to be like, these are the top quality. These are the guys who get paid to be there level of debaters.
No, the question is Daniel's epistemology sound? Because it isn't what about Matt believes. The question is, can Daniel back up his epistemology? And spoiler alert, Daniel's epistemology is shit. It's absolute crap. It's basically saying, hey, some intuitions, I feel it, therefore it's true. It's absolutely terrible. So yeah, I would love to talk to him and say, hey, how do you actually justify this? Because he doesn't have an epistemology. It's why he keeps having to deflect to Matt, because he can't justify his own epistemology. He can't justify it. That's good for Matt. He should explore why he can't justify it, not just that he can't. But, I mean, Matt's got a point. He has no interest in justifying his epistemology.
It's not. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Meanwhile, what I said is that scientific inquiry is the most consistently reliable pathway to demonstrably understanding reality. I didn't say that intuition couldn't get you to the right answer. Intuitions need to be demonstrated in their reliability because the wise person, as Hume would teach us, proportions their confidence to the evidence. You can have intuitions and they might be right, but the way to be confident and the way for them to count as good evidence is to show that they are probably right. So asserting that people have intuitions doesn't make them evidence. It doesn't make them reliable. And it doesn't mean that people's intuitions about whether the God is a Christian God, a Scientologist God, a Hindu God, a Muslim God, or some other God that nobody's proposed as any demonstration that it's likely to be correct. And this hour of the debate is supposed to be about evidence of God. I still am waiting.
So your standard of evidence takes out all moral claims, moral truths, I'll say, actually, because I do believe it is a moral truth that harming others for no reason is.
Why do you believe that? You basically have asserted something. You've got nothing to base it on. He's just saying that there are moral facts. Great. How do you show that? And that isn't the topic of the debate either. You're basically saying, hey, there are moral facts, therefore God. This is a presup argument that because moral facts exist, there is a God. Great. Show moral facts.
Yep. Prove that your moral facts are consistent across all civilizations. All civilizations. And maybe I'll give them some credence. I doubt he'd be able to do that for all of them.
No, of course not.
Is wrong. I can't demonstrate that. I can't bring you peer-reviewed studies to establish that.
And he says he can't. He can't demonstrate that. Well, tough. Then why would we believe you? Like you're basically saying, hey, I'm basing this upon my belief that there is moral facts, and I don't have a justification for that. Well, great. Then why would we listen to you? Why is that compelling?
I do believe that the law of non-contradiction is true. I can't bring you scientific evidence for that. I can't demonstrate that in a proof. I do believe that the external world exists. I cannot demonstrate that through a proof. I can't bring you scientific evidence for that. All of those things and much more. Basic mathematical truths, basic aesthetic truths, like eating human flesh is disgusting. That is a truth. And I will stand by that. But there's no scientific result that will say that is.
Yeah, it like depends on the circumstances. We all went through this already. If you are starving,
it's morally squishy, but long pork is kind of tasty, technically speaking.
Well, it's just if you find yourself in a circumstance where you are with people that have died and your survival relies on you eating, that it may be the more moral option to do that, to keep you, your family, people alive. As horrendous as it is, and as sort of our moral intuition says, no, that's wrong, the alternative is everybody dies, which is kind of immoral.
I mean, sorry, did you say something about eating humans? Because I don't think there's anything wrong with eating humans. That might just be me being a dinosaur. Who knows?
But it is true. That is reality. We all have these universal truths that we abide by in understanding reality, but
not universal. Cannibals have existed for a long time, dude. Seriously, they're not universal. This is the thing. You say universal. I don't think you know what that word means. It means, because there's cultures that have been cannibalistic. In fact, some probably still exist. So, your universal thing is quite clearly wrong.
None of that has to do with scientific evidence. None of that has to do with having this kind of deductive proof. Yet it's still true. Yet it's still reality. What the atheist does, and in general, not just Matt, the atheist says that, well, none of that is really real. And we don't need to talk about that. Let's just talk about what is scientific. But this is a drastic, violent limitation on reality that the vast majority of humanity, not only today, but throughout history.
Okay, so the Lord of Fools has spoken for $5. Jester, thank you so much. When you don't have etymology, you bring piss to the debate. That is interesting. I like it, I think. Yeah, well, Daniel's bringing a lot of that. It's but thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Jester.
Doesn't share. People don't have this scientific reductionist view of reality.
How is it reductionist exactly? I don't. Just because we're not including your feelings in the scientific method, it's reductionist.
Yeah, and it's more with the pre-biasing, the poisoning the well thing, the atheist view. My dude,
yeah,
the vast majority of practicing scientists today are Christians. The second largest number are Hindus. So fuck off with that.
Yeah. Yeah.
So if you go back to the beginning of my opening statement, not the Mitch McConnell joke, which was really good, by the way, but if you go back to the beginning where I was describing things, in addition to talking about the nature of evidence and everything else, I think I specifically pointed out that there are things where we're not going to be able to point to empirical evidence. And I think I used morality as an example for that. To suggest that I am tossing those things out is not remotely accurate. And I guess you just missed part of my opening. But my opening was about evidence of God, not about competing epistemologies. So I'm still waiting.
Well, the difference is when it comes to morality.
Yeah. Yeah, but he doesn't think, Matt doesn't, I don't think Matt thinks that morality is objective. So it's useful as a tool and we use it, but I don't think he thinks that there are moral facts. I could be wrong about that. I'm not 100% sure. I don't think I've watched anything with, I mean, apart from being a secular humanist, where usually sort of consequentialism is what you're appealing to. I haven't seen much of Matt's stuff on morality. Does anyone know if Matt's a moral relativist or not? Anybody know?
I don't know 100% for sure.
Okay.
I feel like he is, but yeah.
Yeah, I think he is.
This is true. And it's not something that I can doubt. If I doubt it, I doubt my reality. But your position, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, is that morality is something that we can't have objectively verifiable facts about. Our positions are not the same on morality. My position is shared by the vast majority of human beings.
Again, Matt should be saying, hey, that's an appeal to popularity. It doesn't matter how many people believed it. That doesn't carry any weight. The fact that most people believe in objective morality doesn't give it any kind of status as being true. You're just appealing to what people on the majority think.
No one even questions that. That's people's reality.
I doubt reality. I doubt many things that I intuitively feel about reality. And yes, our view on morality is very different, with something I'm sure we'll get to in a little while, which everybody's already aware of. When it comes to moral truths, or let's say the law of non-contradiction, identity, non-contradiction, and excluded middle, the foundations of logical thinking, are presuppositions. We can't demonstrate that they're true because you'd have to assume that they're true to try to prove they're false, which means they're not falsifiable. However, what we can do is demonstrate that they consistently seem to be inviolate. That means there doesn't seem to be anything that breaks those rules. But we don't have an exhaustive understanding of the universe. And so beginning as a practical, necessary assumption to say, I would like to reason, these are the foundations of reason that I'm going to begin with, identity, non-contradiction, excluded middle, and they continually, consistently demonstrate to be true and reliable and have never been shown to not be. It is a reasonable intuition or inference or presupposition that we should continue to use them until such time as somebody demonstrates, hey, we found a problem with identity, non-contradiction, excluded middle. And now you have to rethink whether or not you can use them as a foundation. But until then, it's like, you know what? I rolled a dice and I rolled it over and over again, and I calculated the probabilities, and this dice consistently conforms to the reliabilities. But it might be the case that angels are picking the number that shows up on the dice every single time, and they're just doing it consistent with the probabilities that I understand. And any day now, that angel could just turn it to something else. So I better not, I don't have any foundation for probability. Bullshit. We have loads of foundation for probabilities. We have loads of reason to think that something is true. What we don't have a way to demonstrate is that it's impossible for it to be otherwise.
Yeah, so how would you falsify the principle of non-contradiction?
We kind of pragmatically use it because we have to. He just explained that not everything, that we falsify it by it not working. Okay, it's falsified when it stops working. When we implement the law of identity, law of non-contradiction, law of excluded middle, and it doesn't work, it is clearly shown wrong. That's when we falsify it, but it keeps on working. Yeah, it's crazy.
I just asserted, it just literally said you cannot falsify.
And how is it falsifiable? So it's not up to be falsifiable. So why do you say it seems to work, as if there's going to be a future point where?
Then why are you using it right now, Daniel? You're using them. You're using the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, the law of excluded middle. If you're saying they don't work, stop using them. But you do think they work, and we agree that they work. So why are you discussing this? Why are we quibbling over something we agree with? It's so silly. It's silly. It's sort of, you want to say, hey, I don't want you to use this thing, but I want to use it because I say it's from my God. I've run into precept after precept after precept who's done this before. Well, I don't acknowledge they work, but I'm going to use them. Are you serious?
I mean, it is fair, but at the same time,
No,
you don't feel
not.
like you have a God on the line, right? But he feels like he does.
It's like saying,
so I
hey,
almost
you
feel
shouldn't
like
drive a car because they're not reliable while you're driving. Like it's not.
Just I feel like an important thing to maybe tackle is, why do you feel like your eternal soul is on the line? Like, maybe pointing out that it doesn't have to be. That's just your presupposition that it has to be. I feel like if you could attack that at a good angle that I can't think of right now because I'm very tired, it might lead to some results. That's just my personal ideas, though.
Okay.
It's not going to work, and therefore it will be falsified.
Am I speaking English? I said these things are unfalsifiable. They are presuppositions that continually demonstrate that they are true. There's no reason to think that they could be violated in the future, but you can't demonstrate that. And so it is a presupposition. I am as convinced as I can be of anything that the foundations of logic are reasonable, but you can't prove it. This is the foundational problem of logic.
Then why do you accept it?
Because there's an abundance of evidence that they are true. You idiot. Just because you can't absolutely with 100% certainty confirm something doesn't mean there's no evidence or that you shouldn't believe it. Like this is what I got to earlier, that with theists, sometimes it is, well, you have to absolutely 100% without any kind of doubt confirm it, or you shouldn't believe it at all. No, things aren't that black and white. And there's lots of empirical evidence that this world is true and that the laws of logic work. There's tons of empirical evidence for that. It's called our senses and the implementation of the laws in our reality that keep on working. So stop being this, well, if you can't prove it 1,000,000%, then it's not true. Stop. You're using them right now. It's so bad. Al Trucker says, member for 1 month, your 1 month super chat. My intuition tells me that people tell fantasies. Oh yeah. Your intuition can say, hey, but there's a reason why we have a bullshitometer, like just something that signals, hey, I don't think this person is being truthful. Yeah. How do we tell? How do we tell if that intuition is right? Sometimes it's completely wrong. Somebody tells you a story that sounds like a tall tale. It is 100% true. Like, you just go, oh my God, that actually happened. Yeah. It's not a good way to evaluate whether something actually happened. Totally agree. Congratulations, Al.
Because, oh my gosh, if I pick up a pen and I try and write with it, and it writes every time I pick it up and write with it, then I'm going to view that pen as reliable right up until it stops being reliable. That's the same thing for identity, non-contradiction, excluded middle. Those things have continue to demonstrate that they seem to be.
And it's not an empirical thing. It's not an empirical thing. How can you demonstrate something that's not empirical?
You don't know what empirical means, do you? Empirical means with your senses. How is using a pen not using your senses? And you can say, hey, that appeals to empiricism. Yeah, you're asking for empirical evidence. You're using your senses, you muppet. He doesn't understand what empirical means. He thinks it means objective. And he's trying to say, oh, well, it's not objective if you can't 100%. So, no, stop. You're saying empirical, you mean something else. You're meaning maybe absolute evidence. Stop it. What an absolute moron. There is empirical evidence that pen works. It's your senses. That's what empirical means. What a dumbass. Sorry, this is making me angry now. Like, seriously, he doesn't understand the words that he's using.
I didn't say.
How can you demonstrate that harming someone is wrong?
Okay, so see how he sidesteps here. Okay, Matt's got an answer for him. How can you demonstrate harming someone is wrong? Like, wait, you just asked for empirical evidence of the pen. Are you going to let him cover that, or are you just going to jump to morality? And he does this all the time. He jumps back between morality and sort of solipsism to sort of, you know, these intuitive cases. He does it all the time, and it is intentional. Yeah,
it's a super non sequitur, because he's not just what does that have to do with the price of tea in China? But also, Matt never claimed that. But also, so what if he could? Like, none of this has anything to do with anything in multiple ways. And Daniel's grinning like, you know, a shithead, like, I got you now, you know.
Yeah.
Like, he thinks this is a gotcha somehow. Like, what is Harvard education, ladies and gentlemen?
He's not interested in actually hearing the answers from Matt. He just wants to make him mad. Everything is trying to play into this idea that the atheist won't give him a fair shot and just wants to bomb Muslims. That's what he's going for. Don't forget that. He's not interested in actually having a debate. He's playing it up for his audience.
Like, is there going to be a future point where we discover, oh, actually, harming people for no reason is not wrong. It's actually good. It's not an empirical thing. Like, you're making a category mistake. Like, these are non-empirical things, but you're applying this empirical standard of falsifiability to everything. This is just a basic category mistake.
No, it's not a category mistake. He doesn't know what category mistake. You don't know what a category mistake is.
Okay. He's getting the spray. Where's my spray?
Yeah. The category mistake being made is that you're confusing empirical evidence with absolute knowledge. You're confusing the two. You're demanding absolute knowledge and saying empirical. Bad. What did this guy study at Harvard?
That's a good question. Let's see if we can find out.
So wait, sorry, is Mr. Pikachu actually? Did he actually get a degree from Harvard?
That's the rumor. Officially, he's a writer? Oh, come on now.
Yeah.
I mean, that could be anything. He could be a dropout with a writing.
Well, it says that his philosophy apparently is what he claims.
I mean, academia.edu, which granted I don't know anything about, says he's an alumnus with a philosophy degree. With writing about Islam and the Quran, talking about human-chimp genomic similarity, and homosexuality.
So,
fun.
Empirical, like, for someone to be a Harvard alumnus in philosophy and not understand that empirical relates to observable and you know, the senses, observable things, experiential things, rather than theory and you know, sort of ideals and things like that, mental constructs, is astounding. So when he asks for empirical evidence, yeah, the observable evidence is that which we observe. It's embarrassing that he's sort of saying, oh, when really he means sort of some sort of absolute knowledge. It's embarrassing.
So wait, sorry. Hypothetically, he might have a PhD, and he might have studied physics as an undergrad at Harvard University, studying with some of the top physicists and philosophers in the world, including Nobel Prize winners. I'm sorry, that sounds like the most grifterous degree I can think of.
Yeah.
Come on.
I mean, I don't know.
Okay, I've got it.
Well, he seems to have articles
Publicdiscourse.com.
on muslimskeptic.org.
Yeah,
Whatever
that's his
that
own
is.
personal website because he calls himself Muslim skeptic. He attended Harvard, where he majored in physics and minored in philosophy, and then completed a master's degree at Tufts University in philosophy. So he
Tufts
attended
University.
Harvard. He did not
Tufts
graduate from Harvard.
University.
Yeah, we have a lot of observational evidence that, yeah, I that's embarrassing. That's really bad.
Okay, so Tufts is a private place in Boston, which I can't really find out much about. Oh, wait, no, there's Wikipedia. Is it accredited? Yeah, it's accredited, apparently.
Hmm.
Okay.
Still,
It's
I don't
So-
know.
really bad.
I'm skeptical.
Oh, you absolutely should be. Half of his backstory is completely fucking fake. I found another website where he claims I'm confident in the education stuff because that actually could be fact checked. But one of his personal pages says he grew up in a secular Muslim family. Another website, he did an interview where he said he found Islam at Harvard. So he used to be an atheist and he only discovered Islam at Harvard.
Oh, those are the most accurate
Mm-hmm.
people.
So
Oh,
everybody pay
dear.
attention to what's happening.
This grandstanding is
grandstanding.
ludicrous. Are you speaking English?
And yeah, this is what he's trying to do. He's just trying to make him mad. And, you know, unfortunately, it is working. He's playing to his audience and trying to show the atheist as being, you know, violent and horrible and, you know.
Oh,
So
no.
understand. Rewind it.
What's up?
So he actually is a writer. He's the founder of the Alasna Institute, which offers courses such as Wife School. For $55, you get 60 lessons, a course for Muslim men and women who want to understand the meaning and practice of traditional wifehood in order to have successful marriage. Or for $199, you can have the Quranic homeschool package.
So, sorry, did you say something about a wifehood degree there, or did I miss something?
It's just
No,
a course.
wife-
There's no degree.
Just a course. Yeah.
What? What?
Or
This
for
guy is
$60,
teaching people how to treat Muslim women, basically, which is horrifying.
yes, how to have a successful marriage. This is his organization. Oh, but wait, there's more. More Quranic homeschool. Navigating the cycles. The Fiqh of Menstruation Explained. $60, 51 lessons. Confused about menstruation when it comes to prayer and worship. An essential sisters-only course on the requirements of ritual purity. Learn the detailed Fiqh of menstruation from a qualified expert in Islamic law.
Ugh, come on. Oh, that's
Wow.
awful. That's awful.
Sorry, the more I learn
you
about
don't need
this guy, the more I think his degree is actually in hebephilia or something worse.
Yeah.
Same thing
Just
twice.
answer the question. Your principle of
You don't get to
falsifiability.
determine. You don't get to decide what
Just
question I
answer the
answer and what
question.
question I don't
Yeah, I
answer.
do. Yeah,
And
I
what's
do.
actually
I'm
happening
doing it right
here-
now.
You can, but you're an ass. What's
Oh.
happening right? Yes, you are.
Oh, you're hurting my feelings.
I know.
You're breaking my heart.
Wait till we get to the other problems.
Okay, so he's just sort of derailed Matt here. He wants to get to how, or I think he wants to get to how, like, we don't have to have absolute confidence to have empirical knowledge of that a pen works or that things are true. And he's just derailed him, which is an absolute douchey thing to do, but he's not, you know, he doesn't care.
So what's happening here is I explained it, and then I explained it again. And when he didn't have an answer, he instead tried to shift the topic to is harming people wrong? Are we going to find out that someday harming people is not wrong? And then he shifted that topic to is harming people for no reason wrong, when that's not the subject of this debate. It is not the subject of this hour debate, and it is not what we were talking about. Are you going to be able to stay on topic and eventually present some evidence of God, or are you going to keep grandstanding and deflecting and pulling up topics that we weren't talking about?
So if you apply the standard of falsifiability, that's exactly what's in question. That's what the whole opening was about, questioning that standard of scientific evidence is the arbiter of truth. You haven't addressed that at all. You just grandstand to the audience, and then you keep saying that, well, we don't have evidence for God. Yes, I know, that's the question. That is the debate topic, but we're trying to analyze, what does evidence actually mean?
And this is it. This is what he's saying. He's trying to say that, hey, intuitions are evidence. And that isn't the question. The question is intuitions good evidence? That's the question. I could say that my feelings are good evidence. I could say that, I could say that my feelings are evidence. I can say that the fact that I don't like the consequences of there being a God, like appeal to consequences, right? That if there was a God, it'd be horrible. That isn't good evidence, right? It's still evidence, but it's not good. So I think that while he kind of does have a point here, he's being an absolute douche about it, because whenever Matt tries to actually go down any of these routes, he just changes the route that it's going down. He's making appeals to his feelings, so appeal to emotion. He's making appeals to popularity. He's making appeals to some sort of unverified and undemonstrable moral facts. And whenever Matt tries to go down one of them, he changes to another. And I think that's what Matt's getting angry about, which I'm not surprised. It's very dishonest, but I have to say, for what he's trying to achieve, it's effective. I mean, he looks like a complete douche, but it is effective for derailing Matt, because that's what he wants to do.
Mm-hmm. He's out to get... He doesn't care about winning. He doesn't care about the debate. He wants lots of clips he can put on his own channel and crow about how irrational and arrogant the atheists are.
Yep.
What are standards of evidence that are required? I say that intuitions that human beings have universally from childhood are evidence for God, insofar as we can understand truth, insofar as we can understand reality. That is evidence. You don't accept that.
Yeah, but you have to demonstrate that's good evidence. You have to demonstrate that it does describe reality. You can't just say, hey, I intuit it and therefore it is reality, because a lot of the time we find out that intuitions aren't correct. So I would go down this route and I would say, hey, how are you demonstrating that's correct? Because even if you want to claim that intuitions are a form of evidence, you still have to demonstrate it's good evidence. You don't just get off that because you want to say, hey, it demonstrates truth. Prove it. Prove it.
Show me the money.
Yeah. Show me the effects. Show me how your intuition is more accurate than the scientific method that a scientist employs. Show it.
That is evidence. And you say that, well, this is not objectively verifiable. And I ask you, why is it not objectively verifiable? You say, well, this is not something that's empirical or scientific. Why would we ever accept this? And then I say, well, what about all these other things that you accept, that you seemingly accept, but...
Like, me finding a dead squirrel in the road is evidence of what? Well, it's evidence of a thing, but doesn't really have any bearing on what actually happened. It's just evidence on its own.
Well, I think he's hung up on the term evidence, because really, it's not the evidence, it's the questions. What is it evidence for? What might it indicate? What does this mean? Right. These are all scientific in nature, because science is fundamentally about the questions and the methodology that we use to attempt to answer those questions.
Yeah, I agree, but I mean, yeah, it's if he wants to go down a line where he's using like really bad evidence, I kind of would let him go for it. That helps me. That is actually assists me. So I really wouldn't have a problem with that, because if you want to use bullshit evidence, well, that's quickly going to come to light. Because you're not using this standard of evidence that you're claiming to with other stuff in your life. You're not. You didn't make this argument on intuition. Why not? if it's so fucking good, why didn't you use intuition to do this argument?
Though, also on a side note, it is getting really late for me, and I'm pretty tired. Think I might drop out. It's been a lot of fun. Thank you for having me along, but y'all have fun with this. I'll I'll pass out listening to you two have fun.
Okay. Yeah, it's not late
Later,
for me
Doc.
at all. How are you doing, Ember?
Oh, I'm all right.
We're definitely going to have to split this one up. So I apologize to everybody. I thought we would get through this quite fast, but I sort of forgot. The more people you add, the more is said, and it gets out of control. We probably wouldn't have made it even if it was just us two. Let's face it. So I thought I did really well in like cutting it back, but I just had. I mean, Daniel's been such a douchebag. It's hard not to point out everything that he's doing wrong. Like, he is being a colossal prick by not sort of, when going into a debate, you really want to be charitable. Look at other people's, what they're saying in the most charitable way. Sort of taking their definitions and seeing if you can come up with a way to intersperse them with your own. Like, just be charitable. And he really isn't. He's being an absolute ass about it. Matt's right. He's being an ass. I think that was his goal. I think it's to make Matt mad. I think it's, so Matt will be mad, yell at him or say something to him, and he gets to, as you say, clip it for his channel to show how all people are against Muslims, how the vicious atheists are attacking Muslims everywhere kind of thing, which is not true. We're attacking your claim.
They don't have that standard of proof, yet you accept them. Do you accept that there's an external world? Do you accept that harming someone for...
All right, see you
later, Doc.
Yeah, we accept there's an external world. There's a lot of evidence for it, a lot of empirical evidence for it. When you've got no empirical evidence. What do you think your senses are? You muppet. It's so weird. It's so weird.
No reason is wrong. Do you accept that, even though you don't have any empirical proof? So why won't you accept that God exists?
So I was just accused of saying, why would we accept it if it's not empirical? When I just finished explaining that identity, non-contradiction, excluded middle are not only not falsifiable, but are an example of the thing I highlighted at the beginning of my opening about things that are not based on empirical evidence. I didn't address the question at all about whether or not I think there's an objective.
Oh yeah, the logical absolutes, you may have a point that they're not empirically justifiable, but that doesn't mean we have no evidence for them. And it's reliable evidence because it keeps working. So, if you could demonstrate the same reliability for your God belief as the laws of logic, then yeah, we would kind of believe in that God, but you can't.
World that we're experiencing. So Daniel is arguing against a fictional straw man of me and still presenting no evidence of God.
You accept law of non-contradiction?
Yes.
Why? Where's the empirical evidence?
Because where's the empirical evidence? As I've explained now 4 times,
it's something that's not empirical. That's my point.
Correct.
So then there can't be any empirical evidence for it. Yet you accept it.
I didn't say there couldn't be any empirical evidence for it, but that's not why I accept it.
What could be?
Are you going to let me answer, or are you going to talk over me again?
No, he doesn't want him to let him answer. He doesn't want to say, hey, we have empirical evidence because we evaluate these laws against our observations every day. We use them all the time and they keep working. Like, even while we're in this conversation, we're using them and they keep working. That's our observation. Observations are empirical. That's the whole point. You muppet. That's the whole point. But he doesn't want to let him get to that. So he just, interrupts him.
I explained why I accepted it, because it continually demonstrates its reliability. And I also pointed out that I accepted initially as a presupposition, because there is no way to demonstrate identity, non-contradiction, excluded middle are always true, but there is a way to show that they are true in every example that we can come up with. You can do this with a simple Venn diagram to show that A, not A, and everything is either A or not A, and nothing is both A and not A. This is what a single Venn diagram with a single circle demonstrates. Come up with an example that suggests or shows that identity, non-contradiction, or excluded middle aren't true. Come up with an example where they're not true, and I'll stop believing them. I'll stop believing that they are going to continue to be reliable, because now you'll have demonstrated that there's a circumstance where they're not reliable. But much like the pen, until there's a demonstration that this is going to not be reliable at some point, which for pens we know, but until that time, I'm justified in continuing to use logic as a presupposition that continues to demonstrate its viability and its reliability. I said nothing at all about why should we believe something if it's not empirical. I did not say at any point that science is the only way to knowledge and understanding. What I said is the most consistently reliable, demonstrable pathway to an accurate model of reality. If you're not going to address what I actually said, could you finally present some evidence of God?
You're contradicting yourself. You keep saying that, well, this is non-empirical. The law of non-contradiction is non-empirical, but you're still waiting for a demonstration that can happen later in time, meaning an empirical event. This is a contradiction in what you're saying. We can get more specific.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Like it's like when you're making a claim, and I used this one fairly recently. If you're making a claim that like all babies are born through childbirth, right? Okay, so I make that claim. Most people would agree with that claim. It'd be like saying, well, you haven't observed every single childbirth that's ever happened in history, or you know, all humans that ever gave birth. So you can't say that, right? And you can say, well, hang on a second, every single childbirth ever recorded in a human has been naturally. Oh, but you can't prove that there's not a magic stork that will come in some point in the future. Well, no, I can't prove that. But I think that the weight of evidence would suggest that children are born by natural childbirth. This is what Daniel's doing with the absolute certainty. He's trying to smuggle that in there. So a lot of the things we say we know, they're because they keep happening. You know, that children keep getting born through natural childbirth, and a freaking stork doesn't bring any of them. Yeah, it could be the case that a stork brings one, but until that happens, we will say, and it is justified to say, that children are born through natural childbirth.
Well,
I don't get Daniel's problem.
yeah, similarly, like our infamous discussion with Jim and Flatzoid, you know, we can't prove the sun's going to rise tomorrow, but prior experience indicates that it probably will.
Yeah. And it's not because we intuit the sun's going to rise tomorrow. That isn't what's happening. It's that repeated experience. It's not intuition. It's just that is what has been happening. We have no reason to. If the sun doesn't rise tomorrow, then I'll believe that the sun may not rise. You know, it's the fact that it keeps happening. And you can say, hey, but you don't know what the sun will do in a billion years' time. No, I don't. It's kind of really silly. And Daniel's trying to smuggle in, I think it needs to be pointed out, he's trying to smuggle in that without absolute certainty, without absolutely 100% certainty, you have that is equivalent to an intuition that is based on nothing more than feelings. And it's not, right? It's not. So if you just make an arbitrary decision based on feelings through intuition, that does not mean it equates to not knowing the laws of non-contradiction excluded middle are definitely correct. That is not an equivalent thing. He's sort of making a sort of just conflating these probabilities. So when we're talking about certitude, anything short of absolute certainty is no certainty at all, which isn't true.
With the issue of harm. Is harming someone for no reason?
Change of topic.
Wrong. That is something. Are you waiting for a future event? Can you explain, like something that could happen, or when it could be demonstrated that harming someone for no reason is morally right?
So again, on the law of non-contradiction, when I say that there's not empirical proof, I'm saying there's no empirical proof that those things will always be true. There's no way to demonstrate that. There's no way to demonstrate currently a circumstance under which those would be false. But I don't have complete knowledge of the universe and wouldn't pretend to. And so my reliance on them is contingent on the fact that they continue to demonstrate that they work. And as soon as they stop, then my confidence in them will be diminished. That's how confidence works. Right now, identity, non-contradiction, excluded middle consistently demonstrate in all circumstances and in all conceivable circumstances this. I'm not sitting around waiting for somebody to demonstrate that they're not going to work sometime. I don't have any good reason to think that's likely to ever happen. I can't even imagine the circumstance. And so far, nobody else has been able to imagine circumstances under which that's the case. I'm not saying I believe them, but that they are presuppositions, but that doesn't mean that there aren't empirical facts that are consistent with them.
Correct.
See,
then how are they non-empirical?
There is not, as I just explained a minute ago, there's not an empirical way to demonstrate that they could be false. But there are empirical ways to demonstrate that they are currently reliable. Every piece of data we ever evaluate is a constant demonstration of identity, non-contradiction, and excluded middle.
And to point out that Daniel's currently using them to make his arguments is probably a good idea as well, because he wants to burn down the chessboard. I would probably lean into that and say, well, why are you using them? Then stop using them. If they're not reliable, why do you continue to use them? Stop it. Stop it right
go
now.
with intuition instead.
Yeah, go with intuition.
Demonstrate how reliable your intuition. What am I going to say next, Daniel? Use your intuition. Demonstrate it for me.
Yeah. Just stop using them. But he won't, because you can't. That's the thing. There's also a pragmatic element to it, as it basically the way that operates is the only way we can coherently communicate anything to anybody.
Everything, the fact that I'm me and you're you and I'm not you and you're not me, all of those pieces of empirical information are evaluated within the realm of logic, and they continue to demonstrate that the logic, the foundations of logic, lead us to accurate models of reality. That's all that they have to be. There's nothing about that that says they're not related to the empirical world. Of course they are. Categorization, this is what set theory is. A isn't just a letter. It represents a set of things. It could be the set of empirical things. It could be the set of empirical things that are blue, green, and come out on Thursday. I don't know what that is, but somebody in Yu-Gi-Oh! Or Pokemon's got something like that. The empirical facts demonstrate the reliability of that, but it also can be shown as an abstraction, which is why I pointed out a Venn diagram.
Well, can you answer
And
the
it's
moral?
still not evidence of God.
The moral claim.
The moral claim is irrelevant.
Yeah, he's just trying to change the subject now. You've been absolutely murdered on this idea that because you can't absolutely be certain of the logical absolutes, then you have no confidence in them. And so you move on to the moral claim. You haven't even addressed that. It's terrible. And the moral claim, it only works if there is moral facts. And I don't think Matt believes in moral facts. So you've got to justify moral facts. The onus is on you. And this is where I'd sort of say, hey, if you think there's moral facts, show them. Show them. You're basically saying, hey, intuition says there's moral facts. Well, my intuition says there's not. How do we tell who's right?
To this hour of the debate, I'm still waiting.
How is that irrelevant? You just bloviated about the law of non-contradiction. Explain to us this moral principle of harming others for no reason is wrong. Presumably, you accept that. Give me the empirical evidence or the objectively verifiable fact that that's the case. Like when you talk about everything in nature demonstrates the law of non-contradiction, that sounds like a lot of theists. Everything in nature demonstrates that God exists. You have a certain intuition, a logical intuition about the law of non-contradiction, and that's why you use terms like, "Oh, it works." You know, I have confidence in it. My confidence is not diminished. You're expressing an intuition, which is, as I defined, a tendency to find something compelling.
No, that's not an intuition. If you say you have confidence in something, there's probably reasons why you have confidence in it. You're saying, hey, the fact that there is moral diversity, that people and cultures disagree on who should be harmed, where, why, etc. That shows that there is no universal morals. You keep appealing to these universals which don't exist. They're universals because you've already assumed, probably through your intuition, that they are universal. Well, that doesn't make them universal. And the fact that we have diversity in what people think is moral means that morals aren't universal. So you've somehow got to explain that, but he doesn't want to. And so moral universals being evidence for God, you've got to show their moral universals first. And that's a tall order. So that's a very tall order.
All you're expressing, you're just trying to fit it into this mold of empiricism. But you contradict yourself. At first, you say that it's non-falsifiable, it's non-empirical, and then you still have this standard of falsifiability for non-contradiction. But please answer this question. Will we ever determine in the future that harming others for no reason it can be correct?
So this is a demonstration of what happens when you don't listen and when you have a flawed epistemology, because I was just told that because I bloviated about the laws of non-contradiction, identity, and excluded middle, that this required me to answer, or perhaps bloviate, about his other irrelevant question that is also not about the evidence of God, and you are wrong. I don't have that requirement in this particular debate.
Yeah, you can dodge it. No problem. So external
At least
world.
when I dodge it, I'm not constantly dodging the subject of the...
Yeah, so and plus, did you notice the switch back? When he puts out the moral question, he then switches to the other one. He's just sort of flip-flopping around, just moving to whatever topic. So he'll say, oh, Matt never answered my question. He totally did, answered all of your questions. You're just basically bringing up the other thing to distract from the answer that he gave. It's so dishonest. I can't even fathom how dishonest a person you have to be to do this. It's incredibly dishonest.
Oh yeah, he
So
is
you'll sort of
definitely
say,
deliberately dishonest. Yeah.
The actual
The subject is evidence. The
No,
subject
sir,
is
the subject
evidence
is
and
evidence for
epistemology.
God,
It's literally in the title.
the subject.
The subject is not evidence. No, it's not. It's evidence for God. Yeah. No, Matt's right. It's not evidence. But Daniel's sort of saying, hey, that gives me a right to talk about what is evidence. Well, not really. You've got to at least sort of present something, and all you presented is intuitions. Now, Matt doesn't accept intuitions as evidence. It's appallingly bad evidence, even if it is. So he still hasn't presented anything worthwhile.
Is
Evidence for God. What is our standard of evidence? If you don't understand the debate, you don't understand that.
I don't understand the debate. Literally,
Evidence.
Okay, so this is the point where you have to question, well, you said you would like give intervals if they were talking over one another, right? This is, nobody can speak at this point. And I think that's sort of, that's what Daniel wants. He doesn't want anybody to be able to speak. So,
epistemology is the core of the debate.
Whatever.
Evidence and epistemology is the core of the debate.
I rest my case. I rested it.
Yeah, and the thing is, he knows that he's being dishonest. He's grinning like an idiot while he's sitting there being absolutely dishonest. He knows that he is. It's what he's trying to do. He's realizing that he's making Matt mad, and that was his goal in the first place. That's what his entire point was. He was going to make Matt mad, get him to say some things that are mean to him, and then use that to show how Muslims are being attacked. He doesn't want to debate. He doesn't want to discuss any of this stuff.
No, he's a giant fucking troll. In fact,
Yeah.
I just made a Muppet thing because I thought it was funny we're calling him a Muppet. I should have made a fucking troll because the dude, he's like just a walking ball of deliberate contradictions. Like oh, I'm a great Muslim. Everyone should listen to me. Sharia law is so great, but yet here he sits in the United States when any number of Islamic countries would be more than happy to have him.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, he's a complete hypocrite. In more ways than one. Just insane hypocrite.
A long time ago.
Keep telling me I don't understand the debate that you picked.
That's what you keep telling me that I don't understand. Yeah, so this is the whole debate is about evidence and epistemology. I gave evidence, you just don't accept it.
If it is, then why the fuck are you on about intuition and bullshit? Like, if it's about evidence and epistemology, bring some.
And when you say epistemology, you can't just say, well, my intuition justifies itself. No, what is your epistemology for that intuition being correct? Because you haven't justified it. You've just said, hey, people have intuitions. Great, fantastic. What's the epistemology to say that is true or most likely true? And you've just gone, no, you have things that you don't have epistemology over. No, actually he does. And he outlined quite clearly why that, the laws of contradiction, we use them. He outlined his epistemology over that. It's just for someone with and this is a person who has a philosophy degree, apparently. What an embarrassment this is. So he doesn't understand empiricism. He doesn't understand epistemology. He doesn't understand any of this stuff. And he wants to say, oh, I have a philosophy degree, which leads me to believe he does understand why Matt, sort of how he's made himself epistemically clear. He just wants to make Matt angry by pretending, oh, you haven't justified any of it. Yeah, he has at great length. You haven't justified what you believe. You think intuition is good evidence. You haven't justified that in the slightest. You've asserted it, and that's all. But, when you want a garbage fire.
And you're not able to justify why you accept certain things on the basis of not having any kind of scientific evidence behind that. You said you accept certain laws of logic.
He said that scientific evidence isn't the only evidence. He said that multiple times. He doesn't listen.
No.
You accept certain moral principles. You accept that the external world exists. You accept those things without any kind of empirical evidence. So that says that you're either being inconsistent with your standard of evidence. I mean,
yeah, he thinks there's no empirical evidence that the outside world exists.
Mark, you think the external world exists, and you have no empirical evidence.
Right. So my observations, which is empirical evidence, aren't evidence that the outside world is. So the images and the senses and what I feel and what is around me, that's not evidence. That's just my mind being funny. Like you're an idiot. You're an absolute idiot.
That's what it shows. You're inconsistent with your standard of evidence. Explain how you are consistent when there are things that you do accept without any empirical evidence, but you're accusing me of claiming God exists without empirical evidence. When I'm saying that, that's not relevant to establishing that God exists and that God is a part of reality.
So that's the only thing that matters. Matt's standard of Matt could have the most consistent or the most inconsistent standard of evidence. None of that demonstrates your position, Daniel.
Correct.
It's the debate isn't Matt Dillahunty on trial. You know?
Yeah.
Is Matt consistent, pro and con?
But this is the dodge that sort of, especially the pre-subs are doing. They're sort of doing, well, how can you trust anything? And it's like, well, when we have confidence, sort of levels of confidence, we don't just go, well, I don't have absolute certainty, therefore I just drop everything. Like, what kind of weird world do you live in where if you don't have absolute confidence, then you say, I have no idea? It's so weird and so odd and so dishonest. It's you know, I don't understand it. It's so nonsensical.
The thing that's not true, which is not explaining why I didn't accept his claim about intuitive evidence for God. And I think I specifically said that it had to do with whether or not that evidence is consistent with facts and whether or not it excludes other potential hypotheses. This is how we tell whether or not something is evidence for a proposition. Because right now, if somebody has an intuitive notion about a God, well, that's evidence that maybe that could be evidence that there's a God. It could be evidence that they're delusional. And so until you come up with a methodology to distinguish between those two, you don't get to declare that their intuition is in fact evidence for or of or from or a God. Because thoughts about a God don't in any way demonstrate that a God is real. You have to draw, I don't care if it's intuitive. I didn't say you didn't present empirical evidence. I said you haven't presented any evidence. Even with intuitive evidence, in order to show that intuitive evidence for a God exists or is actually evidence for that God, you have to show that it excludes competing hypotheses, including this person is wrong or delusional. That is what evidence for a proposition is, whether it's empirical, intuitive, or magic.
Like if it's an intuition that there are pink elephants in this room with us and it's just me who has that intuition, yeah, you have to show that I'm not delusional. But if it's an intuition that everyone is sharing on the basis of biology and natural psychology, that
he just reversed that. If Daniel says there's pink elephants in the room and he's the only one who observed this, it's not on everyone else to show that Daniel is delusional. Daniel has to demonstrate he isn't.
He has to show the pink elephant, that he has a basis, epistemology for believing this,
That's
I agree.
That's the
But
elephant.
he's sort of appealing to popularity. Like if a whole bunch of people say there's a pink elephant in the room, then that's good evidence. Well, I guess it's better than one person, but it's still not amazing evidence. If they can't show people that the pink elephant is real, then it may be a group hallucination. It may be somebody spiked their water with LSD. How do you then show that pink elephant is real?
something else entirely. And when we look at cognitive science of religion specifically,
he doesn't know what that is.
It's a massive field with so much peer-reviewed literature and books that have been published. They show that just like people have intuitions about morality, just like people have intuitions about the law of non-contradiction, just like people have intuitions about aesthetics and certain aesthetic principles, they have theological intuitions.
Yeah, they do.
It's a massive field, Mark, with lots of publications and so much evidence.
But the point isn't the point isn't whether people have intuitions about this thing. It's are intuitions reliable way to get you that's the question. Nobody is claiming people don't have intuitions about things. Yeah, they do. They're often not right. That's the problem. Just because people have intuitions doesn't mean we should believe them. So basically he's arguing, hey, this thing says I have feelings. Sure, you have feelings. Great. Why should anybody care about your feelings? What an idiot.
about an afterlife. That's why we see so many cultures independently have this idea that after we die, our mind persists. That is something biological. It's part of human psychology. The idea that the universe has been created for
Yeah, human psychology
No.
doesn't say that there's a God. You know.
Even if that were true, and ancestor worship is by no means universal, but
Right.
even if that were true, the idea that your spirit persists after death is completely unrelated. In Islam, they're all rolled in together. In Christianity, they're all rolled in together, but they're by no means a necessary thing.
Yeah.
Like, oh, it hurts my head. Like, you could totally,
And
theoretically,
Yeah.
have ghosties and afterlives and souls and the spirits of your ancestors watching over you. In fact, you actually can get some social benefits from that kind of belief, because people will tend to want to make their ancestors proud and behave in a more beneficial fashion for their society if they think their ancestors are watching over them and judging them. But that has nothing to do with whether there's a God.
And Buddhists, intuit that there's reincarnation and not sort of an afterlife. So how do you reconcile that? How can they both be true because people have intuitively thought that way?
Yeah,
You can't.
the ancient Egyptians intuited that cats were able to see the spirits of death or the guardians of the underworld or something like that. And there are nurses today in nursing homes who hold that same intuition. They bring a cat, and when whoever the cat lays on is the next one who's about to die. So clearly there's something to that, which must, by Daniel's logic, prove that the Egyptian gods are the correct ones, because the Egyptians intuited that.
a purpose, specifically to benefit mankind. This is an idea found in one form or another in the vast majority of all human religions. If religions are just something that people made up in their villages, how are all of these people across the world at different times and places coming up with the same exact kind of theology?
They're not. Okay, so
if they were, that could be evidence.
Right. If they were, that would be really good evidence. But think about what he just said. People in different places at different times are coming up with the same exact theology. No, they're not. Their theology is vastly different. That's why we have religious wars. Even if they stemmed from the same theology, like Islam and Christianity stemmed from Judaism, they're still vastly different. Like, that's the whole point. Exact same. You are a liar, sir.
Yeah, it's if I've mentioned to theists in chats before, like if aliens came down and they believed in Christianity, would you take that to mean Christianity is probably true because they got the same message from a different angel or another prophet? They got the same message. Holy shit, there must be something to this. And most Christians will say, oh, absolutely, that would confirm Christianity's true. Okay, now what if the aliens said Islam is true? Then they kind of freeze up. They're like,
no, absolutely not.
No, of course not.
Yeah. And that's what I was talking about with sort of intellectual bias and sort of this inconsistency with your intellectualism, that you're prepared to accept your intuition as evidence for your God, but not that other God. So if you like, I felt like I want to say to Daniel, like, I wasn't aware that Islam and Hinduism were exactly the same. I wasn't aware of that. Please explain how that's the case, because that's what this guy just claimed, which is insane.
The belief in God, in God as a creator and monotheism, this is something that is shared within so many different religions. They come to the same conclusion independently of each other. What cognitive scientists of religion say is that this is because it's biologically rooted. So they do surveys of
it's biologically rooted to believe that. It's not biologically rooted that is true. This is where he's making the cognitive science of religion do some real work here to sort of cover what he's trying to say. He's trying to say, hey, that's evidence that it is true, but it's not. It's evidence that people believe it. That's what Matt's getting at.
If anything, it's another piece of argumentation that counters his own point. Because if we're biologically inclined to believe this thing, then we have a bias towards it, and therefore it's even more suspect.
Correct. Yeah.
Different cultures, they do childhood developmental studies, and they survey children on what they actually believe prior to becoming socialized within a particular social milieu, and they identify what I referred to in the presentation as a natural theology. There are certain beliefs, the belief that if you are a bad person and you harm others and you take advantage of others, the universe is somehow going to punish you for that. And if you're a good person,
Yeah, spoiler alert, children don't believe that.
Yeah, I mean, again, the data on which children, who, how old, oh, they're not socialized yet. Have they been to church? Have their parents been reading holy books to them? All this shit that Daniel's in favor of. I mean, he runs a fucking school with homeschooling courses, whatever. We don't know. That data's not available. So how are we to ascertain how correct it is? But even if that were the case, it doesn't prove anything.
Right.
Like, little kids, there are adults who think that if you do bad, naughty deeds, then Santa's going to punish you and you'll get your comeuppance. And yet we live in a world where wonderful, giving people are poor and suffering and dying of preventable illnesses because we live in a post-capitalist hellscape. And then we've got corrupt and arguably evil people who are venerated and get rich and become successful and live into their fucking 90s. There isn't karma within this life. It's demonstrably not true. So the fact little kids think so isn't really, it doesn't contradict, or it contradicts demonstrable reality.
Well, as I said about the Japanese children that he misrepresented, they have a tendency to think that something is put there for their benefit, right? So the flower exists because it's pretty, and they get to look at it. This is more sort of indicative of, egocentrism on the part of people, which I wouldn't have to go far to find examples of how people think that everything relates to them. That is acknowledged throughout psychology everywhere. We have a tendency to think that events are centered around us when really they're just events. They're just things that are happening and aren't centered around us in any way, shape, or form. We're a selfish sort of species, but every species is selfish. It's what Richard Dawkins says in The Selfish Gene. You have to think that you are sort of the center of this thing because it is the best way to survive. He's sort of making this entire field sort of back him up on the God question, and it doesn't. He's just misrepresenting what they've actually said, which is, horrifying.
And you're a charitable person, the universe will benefit you. That is something that is intuition that's shared universally across.
That's just empathy and reciprocity, dude. There's nothing more than that. It's just a social cohesion thing. Just get over it. It's not intuition. It's just the way that we've evolved. Because if people weren't empathic towards one another and they weren't reciprocal, i.e. they didn't think that things that they do for others should be returned, then we wouldn't be a social species. Animals show this, all kinds of things show this. Stop it. It's just empathy and reciprocity. Get over it.
Across all different cultures and religions. So these are things that need to be investigated. They need to be taken into account. It's not
why do they need to be investigated? Why? Isn't intuition enough? There's a contradiction for you. Isn't intuition enough, Daniel? I thought you had, blinding proof with intuition. Why would we have to investigate it? Oh, because intuition doesn't work. Yeah, that's why.
I want to intuition next week's lotto numbers.
Yeah, well, I mean, that'd be nice. If we could get that, rolling, I'd be appreciative, yeah.
Someone's just delusionally thinking, oh, there might be,
But the question is, what will be the best way to win that lottery? Is it doing probability calculations based upon previous analytics of how the numbers have come out, or will it be simply intuition? It's probably going to be the statistical analysis.
I mean, sadly, I actually did do the statistical analysis years ago, and it turns out that while there are some very loose patterns in the numbers over very, very long terms, your best chance of winning is to check the box for quick pick and let the computer do it, because it doesn't matter what the numbers are. The odds are slightly higher you're going to win if you do a quick pick Pick it.
But that's sort of eliminating intuition, right? Because you're not using your intuition to pick numbers. You're sort of, yeah.
Pink elephants in this room. That's strawmanning the intuitive position.
So it's simply not true that all people across all times have come to the same conclusions or the same intuitions about gods or an afterlife. Not only is there a good example in the people of the Paraha and the Amazon that had no god concept until somebody decided to jump in and present them with one, but the various notions about things differ, which is how we ended up with thousands of different religions, with thousands of different denominations. And the bigger problem here, this is one of the reasons why the world shifted to, what was the phrase that you used, the cultural, sorry, what's that? Cognitive colonialism. Basically, his view of why we've shifted to a focus that is more on empirical evidence and analytic thinking. And the real reason that happened, it wasn't some atheist cabal, because even though I would like to live in a pod and do drugs and play video games, not all atheists share that goal of mine. But amongst people, there are competing ideas, competing intuitions about a god. There's a reason why religions come in conflict, because they have competing intuitions about a god and no way to demonstrate which, if any of them, are right. And that is why we began to rely more on analytical thinking and assessing data to say, you know what, we can find out what's right on this, we can't really do it on this, we can do it on this and this, but we can't really do it on this. And you guys who want to rely on intuition about something that you think is important, which the rest of us don't think actually impacts our lives, you need to make a demonstration. I agree, if there is a god, that's one of the most important questions ever, which is why I've spent my life addressing it, both as a Christian and as an atheist. But whether or not there's a god is a big enough question that if you simply relied on intuition, you might end up in the wrong religion. And so if there is in fact some god, and he's going to judge you, which some of the religions say, based on whether or not you accept that god versus a competing god, then it is that god's responsibility to provide sufficient evidentiary warrant for accepting its existence. And if that comes in the form of intuition, that's fine, but it has to be demonstrably reliable.
So Matt's touching on where I think he should go, and where I sort of was saying he should go, how intuition isn't reliable. It's not reliable in the slightest. And he's sort of touching on that at this point. And I think that Daniel's quickly understanding that in making him angry sort of thing isn't working, right? Matt's actually doing a really good job to ignore Daniel being a total douchebag, and sort of making this about things that isn't, and address why we can't just rely on intuitions. It's very easy for me to say, hey, Matt should have done this or should have done that. As I said, it's easy after the fact to sort of say that. But I think that Matt in this first section did really well in not getting as angry as he usually does, right? Like,
oh yeah, well, Matt's secret is the same as Bruce Banner's. He's always angry.
I'm always angry, Cat. Yeah, no, but the whole point is that a lot of theists, I think they go in trying to trigger that anger, and he's done really well to sort of say, no, I'm not gonna bite so much. I mean, there's been a couple of sort of quips here and there, but he's really calm and dismantling why Daniel is a sort of a bit of a joke here. And I think that he's quickly realizing that he's not going to be able to create the dumpster fire that he really wants. So he ratchets up a notch.
That's the problem of God. And it's the problem of relying on intuition. And it's the reason why in an hour-long discussion about evidence of God, I'm the only one that actually talked about and addressed all aspects of that topic.
Whether or not it's true that harming people for no reason is wrong, whether that's true or not, that also has a major impact on human life. It has a huge impact on human society and politics. Where's the demonstrable proof of that? Where is the scientific evidence? Why can't you answer? You accept
You picked the debate topic, not me.
Who is this clown laughing? Like, you're gonna laugh at everything he's.
Yeah, so this is where Daniel just insults the audience, kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Look, he's finding it funny because every time Matt addresses one of your points, you shift to the other one. And Daniel's been back and forward between this hard solipsism, morality, laws of logic kind of thing. He's been back between these three subjects constantly. And as soon as Matt addresses one, he just switches to the other. He's already got an answer for these, right? He already has an answer. He just doesn't want to admit it. So he just switches the topic again. It's absolutely horrible. It's disgraceful. I don't know what kind of university would want one of their alums behaving like this in a debate. Tough must be holding their head right now. Holy crap.
Look, show me the proof. Show me the demonstrable proof of those kinds of things within morality, law of non-contradiction, logic, all of these other things that you take and you accept without objectively verifiable facts. Show me that that is a correct standard to use.
You're using them. You're
Well,
currently using
badly.
logical absolute. Well, no, he is. He absolutely is. Whenever you sort of identify God as God, then you're using the law of identity. When you're saying God exists, you're using the law of non-contradiction. You're saying they exist as opposed to not exist. If they're so unreliable, then stop using them. Why are you using them? Why are you appealing to me with them? This is the sort of wanting your cake and eating it too that they do. The pre-sups do it all the time. They want to be able to use these and rely on them, but they don't want you to rely on them. So they say, oh, I got them from God. You can't use them because you can't say where they came from. What?
Yeah, and on top of that, it's not exactly an ad hominem, but it's something like, you believe in these things, why won't you justify them? Well, that's not the point.
Well, he
like,
has.
you know, I can believe in democracy. It has nothing to do with what you're arguing, Daniel. It's on you to demonstrate what you're arguing.
Yeah. And so, yeah, this is absolutely where he should point out that, and he has been pointing out how he hasn't provided evidence, but he certainly hasn't given any kind of epistemic warrant to believe that intuitions ought to be trusted in any way or have any relation to the truth of things. None whatsoever.
And once again, Matt could concede that point and automatically win. Because if intuitions are trustworthy evidence, then the fact that a minority of the human population has found Islam to be the intuitively correct choice must mean Islam is wrong.
Right.
If you can't demonstrate that, then why do you have this standard of evidence that you apply just to the question of God? That is inconsistent. Furthermore, the Amazonian group that you mentioned, they do believe in spirit beings. They do believe in an afterlife.
No, the Piraha, they're very interesting in what they do believe. So the Piraha only believe things that they can observe. So if somebody leaves the village kind of thing, they kind of have this mentality that they don't exist, right? They kind of link what exists to their observational input kind of thing. So they're a fascinating culture. They don't believe in an afterlife. That is not true. That is 100% a lie. They don't believe in a God. They barely believe in people that they can't see and hear. So the story was that this missionary went there and sort of tried to tell them about Jesus, and they were sort of, well, how do you know this Jesus exists? Have you seen him? Have you talked with him? And he said, no, it's in stories. And they're sort of like, well, why would you tell us about things you've never seen and never heard? Like, because they don't consider that to be any kind of warrant for believing in something. It's only things you yourself are observing at that time. So no, they don't believe in spirit beings. They don't believe in a God. That is Daniel lying, 100% just lying about the Piraha. I mean, do look them up. It's fascinating what they believe. They're just a very isolated culture and have, some very beliefs, but they don't believe in a God. They don't believe in spirituality. They don't believe in spirits. No, they don't. He's a liar.
I'm shocked.
Yeah.
That is shared universally amongst people, even in the depths of the Amazon. Why? Because it is biologically rooted. And if you want to go and disagree with the cognitive scientists of religion, go ahead, write a peer-reviewed paper about it. But this kind of new atheist nonsense is old hat, old news. It's been debunked decades ago.
What are you talking about, Daniel?
Okay, yeah. I always am suspicious when someone's like, "Oh, this is this." I debunked this. Really? But you can't debunk it now.
Did you?
Yeah. You can't debunk it now. That's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine to reference an old argument. Apologia does it all the time. Like, here's a thing we've talked about. Here's a link to the video if you want to watch it. But TLDR, blah, 2 sentences that explain it in short form. Why can't Daniel explain it in short form?
Who knows?
But you're just repeating it.
So this is where I think he just wants to make, like, he's really doubling down on the making Matt mad, and Matt's not falling for it. There's a thing. Matt is just going, okay, you can say that if you want, but it's interesting you can't debunk it. Maybe I'm putting my words in Matt's mouth, but that's what I think. That's,
So I want to see demonstration of these other things that you accept as being true, as being correct, that you accept. They're also very important for human society, whether morality, whether there's any kind of moral truth, whether there's an external world. Do you think that has something to, that is a big part of our understanding of reality? Of course it is. Of course morality is a big part of our understanding of the of reality. What about our memories? How do we know for sure? Can you demonstrate to me that the entire
Last Thursdayism.
I
So he's
love
just
that
jumping
one.
subject again to last Thursday. Like, how do you know the universe wasn't created exactly as it was last Thursday? Because all you have is your memories. It's sort of similar topic, but he is desperate to talk about anything except for how does intuition make good evidence for a god. He's desperate to talk about anything else because he's made these claims that he can rely on intuition to show him that there's a god. Justify that, because as far as we see, intuition isn't a good way to do this, and he doesn't use it. Where in this is he using intuition? He isn't. Of course he isn't. Oh, Nathius, thank you so much. Take care, mate. I really loved having you around. Thank you.
Our universe wasn't created 5 minutes ago and all of our memories of the past were implanted in us? How can you demonstrate that scientifically? Is there any objectively verifiable fact that can prove that it wasn't? Our memories are pretty important, right? So show me any kind of consistent standard of proof, standard of evidence that you're applying to God. Show where it applies in these other very critical human domains.
Asked and answered. I did it at the beginning. I talked about the standards of evidence and how it applies to a bunch of different claims. This debate is not, hey, Matt, justify everything that I think you believe, which, by the way, everything you think I believe isn't necessarily what I believe. But if you're interested, on my personal YouTube account, I just did a video about whether or not the 5-minute universe hypothesis is true. If you'd picked that as a debate topic, we could have maybe done that. But I've already done it, and I've already addressed this first hour's topic. I have nothing further to add on whether or not there's evidence of God when nothing's been presented.
This would be a great opportunity to jump into the next section, the final section, where we'll have 10-minute opening statements.
Okay, so I skipped to the final section. I probably better split this in half. Did you want to do the second half on your channel?
Yeah, we can. I'm just I don't know what the future holds for me. I don't know if I'll have if things go badly, which it seems like they're going to, I'll be able to access StreamYard, but I won't be able to play videos and shit. So
I don't know.
Video
on your channel. That's okay.
That's true.
Yeah. So I can play the video, and we can just do it through your channel, but I can play the video and be your producer for the day.
Okay, yeah, we can do that.
Okay. So I really have to apologize to everybody. I thought this one would be over in about half the time. So I really do apologize. I set this one at 4 hours thinking that, somehow we'd reach below it. I don't know what I was thinking. I really should allow an hour for every 15 minutes of the debate. I don't know what I'm thinking. So I really do apologize. I really did want to get through all of it today. And so I give you my sincere apologies. I really didn't mean for this to happen, and thought that I'd done a really good job cutting it down to an hour 16. But apparently,
the editing is great. Yes, cutting out the middle nonsense, cutting out the crap. Yeah, that's all very good. We get verbose, and the more of us there are, the more discussion we have.
I totally forgot that the more of us there are, the longer it takes, because we all sort of want to give, and totally justified, we all want to give our own different opinions on it.
Oh, yeah. And don't even worry about it, because I assure you, the people who are watching are here because they want to hear what you think about this debate, not to just watch the debate again.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you did want to do that, that definitely is available other places. And, this isn't my copyright. It's definitely, not my video to watch. This is really my review of it. And, I always get worried about transforming stuff for I don't want to steal anybody's stuff, just not to add anything of my own. That's not what I'm trying to do. I really want to inject a lot of content into it and sort of, So thank you, everybody. I really appreciate it. And thank you for understanding. I do apologize if you're mad about that. I acknowledge it's probably very valid. I did want to get through the entire thing. And obviously I cannot manage that time on these things for the life of me. And I can only apologize. But come over to Ember's next week. We usually take turns. Even if Ember can't make it next week or something comes up, I will do it myself. I will certainly want to get this done. So thank you so much. And Eric, just at the end of it, wants to jump in. Skeptics and Scoundrels, $5 American. Great listen while I work this evening. Thanks, Mark and Ember and Dino. Thank you so much, Eric. I really appreciate it. And thank you to everybody coming in. It does get a lot spicier on the next one. So I really, go over to Ember's, subscribe while you're there. I might drop a link in there. So if you do want to, you can just subscribe anyway, because it's free and it helps. And we sort of have an informal sort of group of absolute heathens that we run with, and Ember's one of my favorites of them. I don't really have favorites, but Ember is amazing. I have debated with him before, absolute champion. So I highly endorse Better Than Ember. He did a terrifying video on Christians that are looking forward to the end of the world. What was that? Yesterday for me, last night for you, maybe?
Yeah. Bishop Alan Didio of the Encounter Cult.
It's only a short one, about 13 or so minutes. It is horrifying what this guy thinks about, destroying the world and Christian soldiers. Like, really, just wow. Yes, you are a heathen, Carrie. Love you to bits. Thank you so much, Eric. Thank you so much, Doc Dino. I realized, you dropped out, and I do apologize, mate. It was just, I know I don't get tired because it's during the day for me, but you poor guys. I will send you this file, but I mean, I can hold on to it if you'd like me to play it, kind of thing. That's not a problem.
Yeah, probably best if.
Okay.
I mean, send it to me, but also keep a copy just in case.
Okay.
The odds are good that next Saturday I'll still have access to my actual computer, but I just don't know for sure.
Yeah, that's Sunday for me, so I might pop something in. And I got to thank you. I think it was sort of, I think that sort of doing the debate dissection on my channel, I think we sort of, you started the first one, which was fantastic, and I was absolutely loving hearing it. So being able to do it with you was just an honor, Ember. I really, really want to thank you. Yeah, Billie Eilish does say all the good girls go to hell, and all the heathens will be in heaven. Yeah, but that, I think, Ken, we all know that is actually about global warming, not actual. Like, it was amazing seeing all the Christians freak out about that music video where she's got demon wings and stuff. It's about pollution and treating the earth right. It's not about religion.
You want
that's the funny thing.
You want theists to understand subtext?
I mean, I keep hoping. I keep hoping. Yeah, Joel, it's Sunday. Anyway, thank you so much. As I always say, be kind to yourself. You deserve to be kind to yourself. Don't be harsh on yourself. You deserve better than that. Be kind. And be kind to others, because there's no reason to be like Daniel. Don't be like Daniel. Don't be like Daniel.
Yeah,
and
be nice to yourself.
So much for joining.
Or you get the banhammer, who Jester can now wield. So
Well, that's not being kind to others, but yes, be kind to yourself. Jester, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Another conversationalist joins the fray. Get in there, debate, have fun, be kind. Thank you so much, everybody.
Wait.
What's up,
Jester's not done yet.
Oh, he's not done? Oh.
We've got more action.
We've got another 5 memberships by Jester, the Lord of Fools, the God of Fools, in fact. We have Kin was gifted a membership. Flat Earth Denier was gifted a membership. Nice name. Blaster Master, who is amazing and awesome person, was gifted a membership. JG was gifted a membership, and Too Young to Feel This Old. I feel you. I feel you. Was gifted a membership, and I love that name. Too Young to Feel This Old.
Yeah, I haven't seen that person outside of line chat in ages. That's interesting.
Oh, okay. Well, welcome. Yeah. It's good to have you here and enjoy your membership and emotes, and everybody enjoy your memberships and emotes. I will be putting up the tangent one. I feel it's so necessary so you can remind us.
I know you have to have like 7
I
slots
don't know.
open or
Look,
something.
I've always said I'm artistically challenged, right? I am on the autism spectrum, but art is something that I really am challenged on, and I do apologize. I will try and work on it and get that done. But I really my skills on artistic stuff is next to nothing. So thank you for bearing with me. Thank you for joining me. I hope you have a fantastic day or night. And Ember, it is always a pleasure. Always.
Oh, yeah.
It's so wonderful.
Hell yeah. Hearts for everybody.
All right.
Woo!
Hearts for everybody. Yeah, see, this is the kind of artistic, technical stuff that I don't have. But take care, everybody.